Welcome to the 2023 ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We are here in the beautiful Maldives, and there has been some incredible surfing going down in the lead up to the event, as well as for day one of competition yesterday. We are now locking straight into day two of competition for our 2023 ASF Asian Surfing Championships, and the men are in the water. Shannon Hughes here alongside Mark Cliff to talk through some of the action today.
And the action is mighty fine. It's just been pumping again all morning. So really looking forward to seeing how day two rolls out. We saw some epic performances yesterday, particularly from a couple of the Japanese competitors. One of the Indonesian surfers was a big standout, had the highest scoring wave of the day. That was pretty cool. But there's a lot to like about this break here at Cokes. It's very user-friendly today, Shannon. It's dropped a little bit, but I reckon it falls right into everybody's comfort zone, and heats 7 to 12 of this round one of the men's. It's going to be really good to watch. That's right.
Well, Mark and I, as well as Mal, will be coming into the booth with us to call the action here right from the sand in Thulusdhoo is the atoll, the island that we are located on right now, where Cokes is breaking straight in front of us, and it's going to be an exciting time to be able to show the world the quality of surfing, the beautiful location, the palm trees, the sunshine, and the crystal clear water that we have here in the Maldives.
I know, everywhere you look, it's just that light blue colour water. It's just perfect. It's what you picture when you think of the Maldives, and trust me, the pictures aren't fake. This is for real. Our cool little cubby house we're sitting in up here, Shannon. I've never had a more fun work environment. This is just unbelievable work day. It's day two, and it's just still the back end of round one.
And we've got some great highlights from our first day yesterday.
Heat 8 has just bounced down. So, Shannon, why don't you enlighten us as to who we've got in Heat 8? Let's have a go at some of these names.
Rakan Tarabozni, Abdullah Arif, and Julian Mark Spacorontella. So we've got some great surfers, Singapore, Saudi Arabia, and the Maldives in the water right now. Lucky for them, it's a 3-person heat. We've had a lot of heats that have had 4 people in them as well. And so it'll be those top 2 surfers advancing through into the main round 2. Half of that round will be running later today, Mark, so we're going to have a lot of action throughout the day.
So I think we're going to cut to some highlights from yesterday.
We'll stick with our live commentary for now. We've got some really solid looking sets that are rolling through here at Cokes. Mark, talk to us about the wave. You've been out there day after day getting a little feeling for it as we see our surfer in blue now up and riding, trying to lock himself into the barrel.
Oh,
Can't quite find it until the finishing section there. Gets that tall stand-up cover up. And that's our Maldivian, Abdullah Arif.
Yeah, I've had a couple of surfs with Abdullah. He is the younger brother of Ibu, the 9-time national champion. Will be coming up later on today, but a great surfer. It really favours the boys on their backhand out there. Said they prefer to be on their backhand, and Abdullah is one of them. And the surf, it has a lot of push. It can be, look, it's just such a classic wave. It's the tube off the takeoff if you decide to do that. You can go to turns. It offers 2 to 3, sometimes 4 big turns as we saw yesterday. The surfer now in green, dropping in Julian Mark from Singapore.
Just caught a little bit deep behind the section. Positioning will be ultra important out there today, especially with some of those bigger sets that we still have. Of course, the swell peaked yesterday. It's dropped off a little bit today, but some of those big sets are still rolling through and can catch you off guard.
Well, they're the ones that move a little wider as well, so you've got to, you learn a lot from the surfing with the local boys the last couple of days, and you've got to take a little bit out of their knowledge and what they're kind of lining up with. And some of these guys are pretty lucky to have probably Abdullah in the water with them, because if I was them, I'd be sitting right next to Abdullah. And here is Rakan.
Taking off also just deep behind the section. Pencil drops out of that one and have a bit of a paddle to get himself back into position. Now the word in from Jed, who's running jet ski out in the water, and from a lot of the surfers, was that it was fairly easy to get themselves back into position yesterday, even with a lot of those sets rolling through, that if they were able to time it on the paddle back out, it was actually slow enough between those sets rolling through that they weren't getting swept all the way down across the shallow section of the reef in order to get themselves back in position properly, which is what we were sort of seeing for the last couple days with that big swell pushing, that it was really challenging to just hold that positioning. And if you got caught out of position, that sweep is so strong when you're in the water.
Well, particularly on the low tide, that's why we've waited until this point in the day to start. So the low tide is kind of hectic, and it's really hard. If you finish a wave, you can just see golden waves rolling throughout the back now. If you get caught at the end of the wave, the longer you go on the wave, if you come unstuck at the end of the wave and there's more waves behind, that's when you are going sideways, and it's really hard work to get back to the takeoff zone from that point. But as the tide fills in, pretty much all afternoon, Shannon, that current becomes less of a factor, and it's pretty much play on. You can just sit up on your board without drifting. So it should just get more and more favourable all day, and I believe we've just had a pretty good number drop. What was it, a 6?
That's right, a 6.00 for the local Maldivian, a reef. So great start for him. Just a 1 and a 0.93 on the board for both Julian and Rakan, in second and third place respectively. So they've got a little bit of work on their underneath them to be able to get themselves back into the mix. But we do have 25 minutes on the clock, which is a nice long heat. There's plenty of time to be able to find that positioning again. And with the quality of waves we have today, we'll see plenty more 6s, I think, being dropped.
I reckon we're going excellent. Let's go there. The waves are there, and you know, we did see one of those yesterday. Danny Widianto
the
got one.
Indonesian, incredible performance put together.
Julian Mark, yeah, the Singapore surfer, up again on his second wave, I believe. Quick up and down, no real major moves there from Julian. But yeah, we did see an excellent score yesterday. We had one 8-point ride. I think by memory, our second highest number was a 7.83 from one of the Japanese competitors. So the judges are holding off on the bigger numbers. They want to see the tubes off the takeoff, I believe, is where Perry's theory of how you get, you know, right up into the excellent plus range is. He wants to see somebody get barreled off the takeoff, Shannon. That the tubes are there, the waves are there, and they've sort of only thrown an 8 as the highest score so far, due to the fact they want to see someone get barreled off the takeoff and then string it together, and that's how we'll see scores bigger than your standard 8-point ride.
Yeah, I love that breakdown and just getting to know this wave a little bit better through the last couple of days. Of course, yesterday was day 1 of competition. Unfortunately, we weren't able to run the live broadcast, but there is, if you follow along with Asian Surfing Federation on Instagram, there is so much good footage. There's some great highlights packages going through, and we've now got an absolute bomb coming through lineup, Mark.
All right, well, there's quite a few of these yesterday. The day before had more of those. There were sets of those the other day. It has dropped a little, so you can see there is one more of these waves potentially on their way in. Nobody in position because they're a little bit more random today. It's they're not as frequent as the last 2 days, so that's what's caught the boys out of position. To me, they weren't the best waves anyway. They looked great from this angle, but they didn't provide a whole lot. If you had caught one of them, you probably would have been rethinking your wave choice anyway. So I think it's more those smoothed up, medium-sized waves today that are going to offer, you know, a combination of moves or the barrel, because that set there, for me, just kind of hit the wrong part of the reef.
Yeah, that's exactly what it seemed. Really exciting to see it rolling through. Everybody kind of on their toes. The whole crew that's down here watching from the sand. It's a great vantage point as well. There's plenty of opportunity for spectators down on the beach that are traveling, tourists that are in the area that maybe didn't realize that an event of this magnitude would be running here at Cokes this week, to be able to watch, especially for other surfers that are competing that are coming up later today. We've got the whole crew down here on the sand watching, waving the flag, supporting their fellow countrymen that are out in the water today. We've got the women that will be coming up over the next few days of competition as well, which I'm particularly excited to see how they take on a break like this as the conditions continue to change through the week.
Yep, forecast to drop off a smidge. I think it might still hold for tomorrow is the word, and then slowly drop a little bit. I think they're predicting Thursday is probably one of our smaller days, and then back to sort of some medium-sized surf again. So trying to make the most of the banging swell we've had yesterday and today. But we're really kind of held accountable to the tide is what's going to have a big part play in our scheduling over the next 9 days, hence the 12 o'clock start today. The good part about all that is the tides will work into our favour in the next 3 or 4 days for morning surfing. So there might be some morning starts followed by breaks, finishing in the afternoons, those sort of things. I think by memory, if we could knock out, I think it was about 4 or 5 hours per day over the 9 days, we're home and hosed. So the schedule isn't fully hectic like we're used to sometimes, Shannon. So we're taking a bit of a breather here in the Maldives, and it's quite a relaxed affair.
Yeah, it's been a really great kind of entrance in as well for all those teams traveling from different areas of Asia. You know, some of that crew that would have had a long journey to get here, others that would have had, you know, an hour, maybe 3-hour flight from home just to get here to the Maldives, not too far away. But just to get adjusted to a new location, to get adjusted to the tropics as well. It's quite warm, it's quite humid, the water temperature is really warm in this region as well, and so there's a lot that some of these surfers coming from colder areas, maybe that aren't even living in their home nations but are living in different parts of the world and used to surfing in colder temperatures, they're making those adjustments. And so it's been nice to have that soft entry in, knowing that we're, you know, really paying close attention to how those tides and the waves are kind of breaking in relation to those tides, and allowing us to run just these shorter days, I think has had a really nice impact on the entire environment here.
And congratulations to the organisers for, you know, having a 10-day waiting period. Day one, of course, was the opening ceremony. 9 days to run the heats we have. There's no real time pressure, so we can afford to play around with the tides as they predict. Some nervous faces the last couple of days out there watching the surf from a couple of the lesser experienced countries. There are some people here that rarely get to surf waves as strong as this. They're a little bit sheepish or a little bit concerned about the size of it, but look, it is working in their favour. We're obviously going to hold off the juniors and the women's till it drops to a more manageable size for those people. But it is really cool that we have the option with 9 days. It's really, like I was saying, there's no real pressure to put people out in junky surf or treacherous conditions. We also have the skis in the lineup, keeping an eye on you know, the safety side of life. So thanks to Jed on the ski there, keeping a good eye on everybody, keeping it all safe.
Yeah, it's been a great effort behind the scenes. There's so many crew from different areas of the world as well, pitching in, you know, bringing in some of that other expert experience, as well as partnering with the Maldives Surfing Association. They have done such an incredible job of getting this event rolling, of having the vision of running it at, you know, one of the premier waves. I mean, there's so many incredible waves here in the Maldives. There's, you know, world-class lefts and rights. There are some maybe softer, more welcoming waves to beginner surfers or to more intermediate surfers, as well as waves like Cokes that has real consequence to it. This is a heavy wave. It's not an easy wave to get to know, first off. And so for the organizers to be able to choose a wave like this to run an absolutely world-class break is an exciting thing to be able to see from the Maldivian surf community.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. Having surfed here a bunch of times since we've arrived, it is tricky, particularly if it's not lined up nicely. The morning tides, when the current was a bit strong day one, I've raced straight out, I've over-frothed, and I've gone out when I shouldn't have and waited for the tides in the afternoon. It is a little tricky. The reef itself has played a little bit of havoc. There's some urchins that, you know, there's quite a lot of them, let's put it that way, let's be blunt. Some people are wearing booties to make their way out.
We're going to say there's millions of them, and when you say quite a lot.
Okay, we'll roll with millions because there is, and they're quite big, and some people have been using the booties to make their way out. Some people are taking the easier option to paddle out the other side of the judging tower and not have to deal with any sort of reef hopping. So there is a few things factoring in here, but the wave itself is absolutely ideal. And these conditions all afternoon, we've been told, should hang in there offshore. Some clouds are nice. It's just starting to break out and filter a little bit of that sunshine, because it does get steamy hot in here. And your shirt is a one-day wear affair. You can't expect your shirt to last more than one day's wearing out here. It's pretty steamy.
So true. Well, down to heat in the water. We're currently running heat number 8 for our main round 1 on the men's side. Again, if you're just tuning in, we are running through the finish of main round 1, which has 12 heats in it. We did get through the first 6 yesterday afternoon, which was exciting, taking advantage of the swell that we had. And through the rest of the day after that, we'll be running through the first 6 heats of main round 2 on the men's side of the draw. Again, holding off the women's main rounds and our juniors divisions for both boys and girls until this swell just decreases slightly, which we know is looking slightly more favorable over the next few days. As we take a look at some live action here,
Julian
our surfer
Mark
in green, Julian from Singapore, he's done well to get a couple turns connected on this wave. Now, he just had a 1 and a 1.3 because he was looking for those barrels in the first couple takeoffs. What's your thoughts on him now sticking more to the basics of surfing, getting a few turns and getting a score on the board?
Well, he's got a score, so that's going to be one of his 2. He's in not a very good spot. If you can see him now on your monitors team, where he finished that wave, he opted to ride it a fair way in to get some turns going to, get his score line up, which is bottom line. You've got to do it. But he's put himself in a pretty horrible spot now, particularly if a bigger set rolls through. He's drifting sideways, as we can see, and you start to get down to this little area, the pinball area, where there's quite a few, some rocks you've got to keep your eye on. Should they get in real trouble, the ski is always there to help them out. But let's watch now Rakan out the back. Quick up and down for Rakan, so that won't factor into his top 2 waves. But I think Julian had to do that. He needed to upgrade his 2-wave total, and for sure he's done it.
That's right. We've got 12 minutes left in this heat, so a score to come through for our surfer in green, Julian. He's currently looking for a 4.17 to take the leading position away from the local Abdullah. And Rakan chasing down just a 1.37, but we know that requirement's going to increase as well, as we see our surfer in blue. Wow. Just gets caught behind the section. We could hear the cheers from the beach as he was standing up out the back. We got one more good set rolling through here, Mark. We'll see if anyone's in position. Doesn't look like it, but good bit of mind surfing today.
Every day, not just
every
today.
Day, all day in the Maldives.
All day, every day. I've seen so many good waves, just, sometimes just walking out to the tower to have a squeeze and just watching it unload. It's a sight to behold, it really is. What's even better is getting out in the water and actually being in the lineup, and it's been just a joy to be here in the Maldives, so thanks very much. So thanks very much to the Asian Surfing Federation for bringing us all here, giving us the opportunity to work on the Asian Surfing Championships.
Scores in a 3.17 for last of Julian. So that doesn't take him into the leading position. He's chasing a 4.14, but he is now puts that requirement up to a 3.54 for our surfer in red. So good start out. Great for Julian to be able to get his a better score onto the board. We've got another set rolling through here, but this one's just going to hook around the reef and be a bit of a closeout.
Well, that last wave was a real pity by Abdullah. He had himself an A-grade wave, just couldn't get around the wash to actually maximise that tube time. His mates that are sitting right over our shoulder, the Maldives surf team, you could hear their sort of disappointment in their voices, because we know he's got a 6. He hasn't got a good backup score yet, so a missed opportunity perhaps for Abdullah. But being a local fella and time remaining being on hand, I think he's got a bit of time to still work on a second good score.
Yeah, plenty of time remaining. Still 10 minutes, roughly 10 minutes on the clock. Judges have the best vantage point of the event here. The tower setup is absolutely incredible. A 2-story tower that has been built right on top of the water, which for the purpose of the judging tower, give them the best vantage point to really see if the surfers are getting properly barreled or not, because typically our judging tower would actually be off the island to the right hand side here, Mark.
And I think that was sort of kudos to Perry, who's been up here a bunch over the last few months and the last year basically, working with the Maldivian Surf Association. It was his suggestion, let's get something right in front of the wave and make life a bit easier for us to actually see how tube they are getting. A la yesterday, young Danny Widianto got a barrel. It was all down the end of the reef. The judges were well positioned to see that he was in the tube, not as deep as they wanted to see. The score actually only came in at a mid-range 6. It was a really good barrel yesterday by Danny, but they want to see more, and they're well positioned to see the truth behind the tube ride, how deep you are. They want to see it off the takeoff, and there's plenty of room to go up on the scale. So Perry Hatchett was a big part of why we have a tower here this year. It was his suggestion, and people listen when Perry talks.
Yeah, he's an important person to listen to as the head judge for the ASP for a number of years, and has done an incredible job past that, part of his career, to now pour into grassroots surfing around the world.
And the Maldivian Surf Association and what's going on here are benefiting from that. And of course, Perry loves coming up here because it's sunny, it's warm, it's all the good things in life. And his hometown at the moment, Margaret River, is in lockdown with winter just blazing through. So yeah, he loves it up here, and who doesn't?
Well, we do have we've got a surfer now up and riding, our surfer in green, Julian, linking into that first turn, starting to back up that second wave, that last score, sorry, which was in the 3-point range. Nice bounce off the foam.
was a nice recovery from Julian to get back out there so quick. Remember where he finished his last wave and we thought, oh, he's in a bit of trouble there. He's probably lucky there wasn't a big clean-up set after his last wave. That was pretty rapid-fire wave count by Julian, catching that wave only 3 minutes after his last ride. That's he's got to be feeling puffed. That's not hard. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, it's so true. Nice quick turnaround, and you can sense that he's got that urgency now, knowing that, you know, more than half the heat is gone. He's into that gritty end where he's got less than 8 minutes on the clock. He knows that he's only got that single score of a 3:17 that really matters right now, and if he can get something similar to that on the board, it's going to put a big question mark on our surfer from Saudi Arabia, Rakan, who could be chasing something in the 6-point range should Julian just increase his heat total.
Yeah, and that's what you always want to be doing. It's always about upgrading your two-wave total. So Julian's done a pretty good job. You can see out of Singapore, I'm surprised that they're going pretty good. We've got to be honest, for some inexperienced nations that are featuring here. A surfer yesterday came out of the water. I think he was from Lebanon, had his first heat surf ever. He's 38 years old, Shannon. So, some of the things we keep referring to that term inexperience. Well, because they are. When you're 38, you're having your first heat experience. He loved it. He said it was so cool. I said, dude, how old are you? He's like 38. I'm like, oh my God. We never get to see that at surf events, do we?
Yeah, it's quite rare. The most similar, I was just thinking of this before you brought in that story, and I love the fact that we're going to get to tap into the stories of all of the surfers that are here this week. We've got 87 surfers in the draw, 18 different Asian countries represented here for the Asian Surfing Championships, and the format being the most similar to the ISA, the International Surfing Association, the World Surfing Games, where a lot of these competitors are taking part in year after year, of course, in that journey to try to become Olympic surfers. But we're going to have repecharge rounds running throughout this event, which means this is not an elimination round. It's a huge bonus to running an event like this with that repecharge opportunity. It means that every surfer gets that second chance. And of course, you're able to make it through. You can avoid those repecharge rounds as long as possible, but knowing that any loss, you get that second opportunity is a really important thing.
And again, congratulations to the Asian Surfing Federation for having that repecharge round. It's a long way to come to maybe surf one heat and get knocked out, whether you get cleaned up and washed out of the zone and have a bad heat. You get 2 goes at it. You lose twice, you're out, and it's, you've probably got to cop a bit of that on the chin then if that happens to you. But to have a repecharge round, everybody can go, okay, well, I've got 2 good shots at this. So thanks guys for doing that. Repecharge rounds will happen a little further on through the week. All the surfers that get 3rd or 4th in these rounds will feature again in that. Here goes Rakan now, a quick up and down for the surfer out of Saudi Arabia. So some of these nations you would think, oh my God, really, do they have surfers? And here they are, they're represented. The teams are on the beach, they're waving their flags. It's really highly unusual that I see this at events, that you've got, this team support to such the point of the waves of the flags are waving. They're giving each other high fives and hugs after they've come in. Every team's got a coach, and you're doing it with a bunch of mates. It's not just you by yourself.
Yeah, it's a really important team environment here, similar to that of the ISA, where you got coaches, a team manager often traveling with, just to take care of all the admin, all the things behind the scenes, making sure that dinner is sorted at the end of the day, making sure those competitors feel relaxed, comfortable, that they are ready to go for their heats. They're not having to stress through all the other things that often comes along with life as a competitive surfer. We got another good set rolling through here, and we are under the 5-minute mark, so just about 4 minutes left.
Here we go. The Maldivian surfers are going nuts behind me, which means one thing. That's one of their boys right there. His name is Abdullah Arif, ladies and gentlemen. This is his backup number to sit alongside his 6. The boys are going nuts next to us. They're loving it. You can probably hear them in the background, but that is a very good backup. Abdullah will now have the 2 highest scores of the heat for to be a clear, comfortable in first place right now. Right on cue, that set rolled through, back end of the heat. How long have we got there, Shannon? Must be about 5 minutes or so.
Only 3 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. So for Abdullah, he was sitting on that 6 was his opening ride, which was really great. 1:30 for his second. He was really patient within this heat. 25 minutes, that was only his 3rd wave caught, and he knew he needed to take advantage of it to solidify his leading position.
Pacing himself, and he's done it well. So if I was coming up in any of these upcoming heats, I would really be watching what these guys from the Maldivian surf team are doing.
Yeah, it's a great bit of insight there. Keep a close eye on surfers from the local break. Anywhere you are in the world, you'll be able to figure out where the are. everything that you need to kind of keep in mind. And we've got scores that are dropping in. It's a 4.50 for last of Abdullah. Means that he's in a convincing lead. Now Julian would be chasing a 7.33 to take himself into the lead. But the important thing for Julian in that second place position for Singapore is that dropping down that 3.10 for his last wave, he increased that requirement on Rakan from Saudi Arabia up into the fives, a 5.34, which sometimes you look at something in the 4 to 5 and you think, oh, that's not a huge score. But given the context of this heat, Mark, the highest score is a 6, which means Rakan's requirement right now on a single score to advance, keep himself out of the repecharge round, is going to have to be the second highest score of the heat.
Well, I'm sure he's still within striking range. He probably needs his best ride shortly. He's had a couple of swings and misses, but you know, he's representing his nation well. So Saudi Arabia, his team's up here. They're going nuts on the beach. They're spurring him on. He's got to utilise these next couple of minutes to his advantage. I'm sure he's probably got priority. In fact, he goes Julian Marks. So the Singapore surfer starting to get his groove on here. A couple of mini moves, a nice turn right there, a fourth manoeuvre coming up. So without having anything major on this wave, I think he still upgrades his two-wave total, Shannon. So he's kind of surfing quite a smart heat.
Yeah, smart surfing, like you said, getting the job done, making sure that he holds himself off in that second place advancing position as well, which means he'll be surfing that main round. The surfers that are advancing through in the later end today shouldn't be surfing anymore today.
Oops, Abdullah.
As we've got Abdullah up and riding, racing around the section. Is he going to make it? Keeps that low crouch position just to find the speed. And he's going to go to the air, goes for that floater to finish, and won't ride out complete on the end. A paddle there for Rakan. So you can see that commitment and that hunger from Rakan, but unable to get into it. Will he be able to get into this last wave, Mark, is going to be the question. But it's just going to break a little too wide for his positioning now.
Probably just paddled for the wrong wave there with just like a minute or so to go. He would have had the whole line up to himself. The other two just rode waves. Had priority, got a little bit overwhelmed and probably just made the wrong decision at that point to go for the inside wave. He's now still hunting for another wave. I'm not sure he's going to get one, but you know, it's pretty easy to make mistakes in this lineup when you're not familiar with it, and the heat is just counting out. So it's going to be Abdullah for the first position, Julian Mark for the second.
And what a way to start things off for our broadcast. Of course, we've already had heats running through yesterday afternoon. We had the first 6 heats for our men's main round 6. Some great highlights are available online with the Asian Surfing Federation. And we're now rolling through into our third heat of the day. So it has been a great day of surfing so far, and we're going to have so much more action coming up right after this. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Ready. So let's rip in, everybody. We are now watching Heat 9, Round 1 of the men's round. We are looking at John Chan out of Chinese Taipei, the surfer in red. Ismail Miglal, a Maldivian surfer, will surf in blue. And the Sri Lankan the Sri Lankan surfer. The Sri Lankan surfer Kailash Lyndon Mason will be surfing now in green. So I'd like to welcome into the commentary booth up here in our little cubby house my good friend from Margaret River. It's Mel Caithness. G'day, Mel.
G'day, Mark. How's things? I had to shake the icebergs off to make my way here to beautiful Maldives, but what a place. Is this paradise?
Oh, well, look at it. It's pretty close, isn't it? Okay, so we'd like to say good afternoon to everybody around the world. It is almost, what's right on 1 o'clock here, Maldives time. I'm Mark Clift. This is Mel Caithness right next to me. This is our cubby house. Have you guys ever seen a cooler workplace?
Oh, my goodness, mate. I tell you what, I know there's 7 wonders in the world, natural wonders, but coming in on that plane, checking out the ocean atolls, there is 8 wonders in the world, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the hype is real. And a stat that I did see when we were at the airport, Mel, the Maldives has won the top tourism destination in the world in the last 3 years.
Yeah, well, you know, it's got everything going for it. Look at it, the colour of the sands, the beautiful blue waters. Not only is the surf great, and I'm telling you, it is epic, but there's just so much else to do. And the welcoming from the locals here at Thulusdhoo Island and all the crew in Maldives has just been something special for me, mate.
100%. The locals are happy to have us here. It's all smiles and hello, and everybody will have a chat to you. And in fact, as you give them a hello, they stop and go, hey, hello, what's your name? And you tell them your name, and then they tell you their name, and they're really seriously interested in just getting to meet new people, because they know we're here for like 2 weeks. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. And look, what about Che and his team? You know, the event crew have been absolutely amazing here to be able to make us feel so welcome. And it ain't that hard, I guess, when you live in an island paradise like this and you're able to showcase it to the rest of the world. And look, the Asian worlds have collided here in the Maldives with this event, and I just think it's going to go on to stellar heights from this. And if you're out there in Web World or wherever you're watching this from, come to the Maldives. There's just so much to do. The place is so cool, and just quietly, everybody, it pumps. The waves are pumping here.
Well, it has been since we got here, that's for sure. And I was speaking with AJ the other day, one of our host commentators who lives right here on the island, just about 80 metres. I can see his back door from here. He reckons there's no real off-season. He said, obviously, you have your peak season and then you have your low seasons, but you just get different winds and different waves light up because of obviously they're atolls, so there's always somewhere offshore. So he seems to think there's no real off-season. So you can kind of come here and fingers crossed you're going to get waves any time of the year. So unlike some nations or some countries that just dead flat in their off-seasons, this place isn't. So if you're thinking of a holiday, I reckon keep that dream alive, because once you get here and you do it, you'll be patting yourself on the back forever.
You know, it has to be a bucket list destination for any surfer. And, you know, you don't need to be a super serious surfer. I believe there's just so many other options for all of the above. The Southern Atoll Group, Mark, it absolutely blows up. And we've been getting fantastic waves here since our arrival.
Ismail, we just saw Ismail Miglal, the Maldivian surfer there in the blue. That was the first wave of the heat. His buddy's right next to us going mad. So it's pretty cool. There's all these little corners on the beach, Mel, that have got the flags flying. And everybody's got their gang. Their cornermen are all sitting here on the pearly white sands just having a great outing.
Yeah, and like, what does the Asian Surf Championships mean and bring to everybody? I'm just loving that vibe that you've just touched on there. This is a gathering of, in inverted commas, the tribes of Asia. And, you know, I'm really liking the Dream Tour concept with this, that they're bringing it to a quality location. This right-hander for the last couple of days, mate, it's been pumping. You've been out there ripping it up. What do you reckon?
I love it. I mean, it's got a lot to like. It's a strong wave. Obviously coming from the West Isles, we love those sort of waves. It's a little tricky, so it keeps you on your toes. There's a couple of takeoff points, so you've got to stay aware. You've got to be careful of the end section, so there's some hazards involved. There's some joy to be had. There's some big old barrels that have been going on the last few days. Some really super friendly turn sections as well. So you get some of those slower waves that break and can just offer 3 or 4 really good hits, like we saw the Japanese doing yesterday, Mel.
Oh, how good was that?
That was a blessing to see those guys winning their heats and how they went about it. But we've got a few nations here that are never in the highlights as far as surfing goes. There's some inexperience amongst them, but it's their time to shine because the whole show has been put on for these surfers from the 18 nations, 87 competitors only, Mel, and how good would it be to be one of those 87?
Yeah, well, you raise a really good point there. You know, I think the other day when I first got here, we saw the team as it was from Lebanon. And they turned up at the point, and I was sitting up there watching, and I thought, wow, Lebanon, they're here. They're bringing their nationality and their pride with them. And I talked to them and said, look, you guys, what's going on? They go, none of us have ever surfed in an event before. I went, what?
One of those Lebanon surfers, 38 years of age, surfed his first heat yesterday, ever.
How cool's that?
Yeah, it's a real stat. We never call that sort of stuff out at a surf comp because I've never been involved with a surf comp where there's been a 38-year-old dude having his first comp heat.
And look, subsequent to that, we watched the opening ceremony. That was just something special, even in its own right. You know, the local women, the local kids turned up. We were really treated to a custom ceremony there. We had the president, the vice president of the Maldives here. And I just think one of the most interesting parts of that ceremony was we were always going to expect that a local team was going to get a massive round of applause. But what about what happened then with the Palestinian single competitor?
I know, Sam.
Yep.
Out of Palestine, ladies and gentlemen. He surfed yesterday. He's I think, been relegated to a repechage round,
Yep.
but he's all smiles. He's got the long hair on him. He looks like a cartoon character, but he's a character, a real character. We're going to get him on the live feed at some point this week, Mel.
Oh, you know
Let's
that.
have a look at green.
Over to you, mate.
All right, so this is Kailash Lyndon Mason from Sri Lanka.
This is blue, me old mate.
Oh, blue, sorry. I thought it was green. Okay, so we'll roll with that's a Maldivian
Yes.
surfer. So that is Ismail Miglal. It's his second wave. He opened with a 517. Thanks, Mel. The blue and the green can be a little tricky. A three-person heat rolling out here. Surfer in red opened with a 317. Ismail now has two scores. They'll both be the top two scores of the heat you would be expecting. So we'll capitalise on an early lead.
But yeah, you know, like I'm really liking the fact that they've got the old band back together. Perry Hatchett there is in the judging tower and leads a wealth of experience to these sort of events. Got a really cool panel. They've brought us Australians in here as guests, which I'm humbly grateful for. So big thank you to the local Maldivian crew for that. But yourself, myself, you know how much of a surf frother I am, and to be able to sort of come out of a little bit of a semi-retirement and come to this place here and witness this, I've got a feeling this could be one of the biggest highlights of my entire surfing life, and I've been doing it for a long time.
Well, I would tend to agree. Let's watch Kailash Lyndon Mason now. This is our Sri Lankan surfer. That was our Sri Lankan surfer. Got a little bit overwhelmed with that section and finally just came unstuck. So that's his first ride. He's on the scoreboard. That's a good thing. And we'll just get a couple more numbers in shortly from both Ismail and Kailash. But we're watching Heat 9. We did do 6 heats yesterday, everybody out there. Our first heat rolled through this morning without any audio. We've just seen Heat 8 come and go, and that was taken out by Abdullah Arif, one of the big Maldivian surf team members here.
And we're just seeing a little bit of a set come through the lineup here, but it looks like there's no takers, Mark. And obviously, always, it would be remiss of me not to mention the sponsors. And in this instance, we'll just hold slightly on that as look at this wave. Just goes through the lineup unridden. A little bit fast, that section. But look, in particular, the hotel partner, Season Paradise. All the crew at Season Paradise have been looking after everybody. Over to you, mate.
All right, so let's watch John Chan here out of Chinese Taipei. Ripping into it. It's his second wave. He's only got a 317 as his first, so this is his best ride and some high-speed moves there. A pretty worthy ride by John.
So, yeah, John Chan. Here's
the Johns.
Yeah, how's that? But look, that guy's boards haven't even arrived. And one of the local judges here managed to get in touch with the crew in Mali and got him a stick, a blade sent over from Mali. So he's actually riding a new piece of equipment there and hasn't done too bad on that one.
Well, I think we are going to be hearing shortly from Abdullah Arif.
Cool.
Via Kayla Moore. We'll just wait for Kayla to be fully set up, but we are going to have our boardwalk interviews. Here. Okay, so we are going to throw to Kayla now, who's having a chat with winner of the last heat, Abdullah Arif.
I'm here with a local Maldivian surfer and winner of the last heat. How was it out there for you? What was your strategy going into that one?
I'm gonna try to take a better one, and I'm always trying to stay in better position. Then I pick the good one.
Is this your local spot?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite spot also. This is my not home break. That's I am usually I'm surfing in the Malay capital.
Amazing. And what has it been like preparing for your team and with your team here as locals?
They are preparing very well, I think so, but they are trying very hard in the practice time. And last few days also, the juniors also, they are trying very hard practice.
Amazing. Well, is there anything else you want to share on behalf of your team and on behalf of the Maldives?
Yeah, I'm really thanks to the MSA and ISF. MSA giving us this opportunity for me. I really appreciate that one. Yeah, then good luck for the team.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much.
We're back, and we did get a couple of numbers come in. I think we had a 6-point ride locking in for Ismail to extend the lead. We're waiting on another number for John to lock in before we can confirm what that was. But it's nice to hear from everybody here. Kayla Moore will be helping us out doing the post-heat interviews as well with most of the winners. So it's all going on here. I'm loving the infrastructure. Mel, the big tower out there's a new addition to the beach.
You know, absolutely, and it's actually been designed on the G-Land Reef Tower and also the Chopu Tower as well. So the boys have done a great job there in getting that thing sorted. I believe they had an excavator in the water here digging the holes there for the stays to get that structure in the reef. And at the end of the event, the whole thing's going to get put down, put in mothballs, and it's going to be coming back again at the next event. So yeah, quite an interesting engineering feat from the Maldivians.
Yep, pretty old school the way they go about things here. Everything runs on, island time. But the boys are getting it done, and they're all pretty pumped, and a lot of work's gone into the tower there and the boardwalk. So, meanwhile, one of their competitors, Ismail, has improved with a 6. So that was a big number. Got the 2 best scores, but John Chan's catching up with the 4.83, his better score now. And it will leave Kailash Lyndon Mason, the Sri Lankan, chasing a 6.5, the best wave of the heat, to jump up into a qualifying second and avoid that repechage round.
Well done. So yeah, just circling back, big thank you to the crew at Seasons Paradise, and in particular there, Kieran, who's in charge of all the crew in the kitchen. They've been looking after everybody as they do. So if you're thinking about holiday in the Maldives and you want to go to somewhere that's just absolutely top notch, can't recommend any place higher than what those guys at Seasons Paradise bring.
Yeah, Thulusdhoo is the name of the island we are on, ladies and gentlemen. The hotel we were just staying at that Mel was talking about is Seasons Paradise. It's a 6-story hotel. The pool on the top, which we've been loving. They've got a gym, they've got a great restaurant. We've also got the Maldivian surf up and shrelping. Ismail just coming unstuck on his second manoeuvre, so probably not going to lock into one of his 2.
And you look in blue, starting to head out in the next heat. This is going to be Hood Ahmed, so he's got a caddy with him. The head judges designated that they can have a 10-minute paddle out there, as I'm just starting to see the end of that last wave there for green, so apologies. That's our Sri Lankan surfer. That's Kailash Lyndon Mason, and he's now just working his magic through to that tricky end section. He's out of there.
All right, so yeah, coming up in that next heat, we just saw him walk past Hood Ahmed, a Maldivian surfer. I surfed with him yesterday, mate. He got so barreled on his backhand, it was ridiculous. And I'm like, dude, I said, what's your name? He's gone, it's Hood. And I said, all right, so you are the Hood rider, because he was just getting these tube rides from hell on his backhand. He said he would prefer to be on his backhand out here on this wave. He's in the next heat in blue. So I'm tipping at least one epic tube is going to come out of him, because that's his thing. He takes off and just parks it straight away off the takeoff. Mel, you watch.
Oh, good. I'm glad you get it too. You know, that's great you get it, because exactly that. I spoke to Mikey, one of the local judges here, and he told me about this guy's tube riding prowess as well. And, yeah, heard the dude in the tube. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a little bit of a tag for us as the week goes on, mate.
It's really good to be able to meet these people while you're surfing, and everyone's a stranger to me, so I'm asking everybody, what's your name, you know, and just trying to get to know them, because at some point we're going to be talking about them, and it's pretty cool to be able to have something to go with the name, the faces to match the names, the styles, the abilities.
Well, I know it's a little bit of a cliche, but, you know, particularly on this island, and particularly since we've arrived in the country, ain't so many strangers. We call them by their first name in the main. It's actually no strangers. It's just a friend that we haven't met yet, mate.
There you go. I like it. And how's the tag on everything around here? Maldives, the sunny side of life.
Oh, are you kidding me? As I say, you know, it is pinch me. This is some sort of a dream going on. You know, I'm looking across the horizon line there on the water, and absolute crystal clear blue water. I'm looking at some amazing sort of bungalow reef luxury set up there on Chicken's Island, which was in fact named after the chicken factory. It's no way in the world is that wave for chickens. And it's just that there are wave locations and there were wave spots dotted throughout this island archipelago. You're right. Is seriously some sort of a place to visit.
Yeah, it is. You can't say enough good things about it. You've basically got to come and check it out, everybody. And for the crew online that are tuning in, exactly how we got here, well, I flew out of Bali into KL, a little stop over there, then got about a 4-hour flight to get to Malé, the capital of the Maldives. From there, it's about a 40 minute boat ride across to this island, Thulusdhoo, and that's how we got here. And it's quite a journey, and you know, you suffer from a bit of jet lag the next couple of days, but it's worth every inconvenience you go through to get here, because once you're here and you're set up, you are patting yourself on the back. It's too good.
It's always those sort of things that are a little bit harder to get and a little bit harder to attain end up being the pearls, as it were, or the diamonds in the rough. And this joint really is one of those sort of places. And I don't know, I'm looking forward to the week that's unfolding. We've got some surprise packets with some of our countries competing. Major cred to the Indian guys. They have really lit the joint up here, and there's a lot of talk. Superpower team Japan, they're on board. Indonesia's here, and just the whole vibe of the whole thing is, it's almost like a corroboree of nations.
And nations that you wouldn't expect. I mean, you know, some of them are like, you know, Mongolia, Palestine, Chinese Taipei. We've got Iran have got a team here, Afghanistan. You know, nations you look at and you go, surf nations, really? They're here. They're representing.
Yeah, it's sort of a really interesting thing for me. You know, I've spent a lot of time doing these events, and often, you know, you sort of see the individuals at events, but this thing is really pure team stoke, and it's also teams getting behind their better surfers, and really they're going for gold medals. They're going for podium positions, gold, silver. I believe we've got bronze and copper. I think it works first to fourth.
We do, yeah. Yep.
So, yeah, this is for country pride, and look at the stage that's set for these guys. It's an incredible concept that has actually, like, really excited me, and yeah, mate, I just love hardcore surfing, and this place is going to bring that this week.
It's really, you know, something we're not that familiar with when we come to surf events. It's every man for himself, and their sponsor and their coach, so they're all in their own corner. This is team environment. We've got other teams from China, India. We've mentioned the Japanese. Lebanon are here. Saudi Arabia, Singapore. We've got a Sri Lankan, I think, in the water right now. We do. Thailand. Of course, the Maldives are famous surfers, and they've got a strong team. But I think for me that the nations to really watch out for, based on what I've seen so far, is the Japanese outfit. They're here and they mean business, Mel. When they surf, they all go out there together, like 8 or 10 of them. Cameras are rolling, coaches are taking notes, and it's business. It's business-like for the Japanese team.
Oh, they call the train there the bullet train, the Shinkansen. And the Shinkansen is spot on to the second, always on schedule. And that's just Japanese, I don't know, engineering, that's Japanese technique. And the teams come here in exactly the same mode. They're not leaving any boxes unticked. They are really here as a bossy, more or less front runner at this point. And you raise a good point there, you know, like previous champions at this event. I'll just have a quick look at that. We go back to, where are we? In 2019, the Asian Surfing Championships were held in China, and the winners in the men's open shortboard was first Japan, second Japan, and look at that, Hussein Arif, third from the Maldives.
Yeah, but he's the ledge from here. His nickname is Ibu. He'll be coming up surfing today in Heat 12, and he's their main man. He's the big chief. Runner-up, third position there, so he got himself a bronze medal in the very first championships. This is the second time they've ever been run, Mel, here in the Maldives, and they are going in 2 years' time, 2025, to Japan. So the Japanese will be a major force on home soil.
And yeah, you know, just backing that up, not only are the men's doing really well at this, but the women also, you know, like, open shortboard at the last event. Kainan Nakashio from Japan got a first there, in other words, a gold. Second was Sho Matsubara. And in third place on that one was our surfer from China, who is one of the emerging nations, and that's Yunwei Ling.
And then the women's shortboard, we got Kana Nakashio, took it out over Anon Matsuoka, who is a huge name in women's surfing, Mel. I really like what Anon brings. So the Japanese, just a clean sweep. First and second across every division in 2019. They're here on force again. They want to kind of repeat the dose. And they're kind of on track at this stage. Early days, but they're looking good.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, as you mentioned before, the swell forecast is looking good. You know, we might fall into a little bit hole later in the end of the week, and people will be looking forward to a lay day then. But boy, oh boy, I think coming back towards the final. So if you're out there in Webland, check in, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit later on. This thing is going to go down to the wire, and guaranteed it's going to be a banger.
90 seconds to go now in Heat 9, ladies and gentlemen. 3 more heats remaining in the round 1 of the men's. We will then see round 2 roll out, which is all the heat winners over the last day and a half. So if you are online and you're listening and you're going, right, what do I do? Hang in there. Round 2, we're going to see all the first and second places from the last yesterday afternoon and today. There's a lot of quality in that field, and the waves are pumping, so it's a must-watch afternoon.
Oh, mate, I am so excited. That is going to be well and truly worth it. So, look, if you are at home and you've got your chores to do, keep it going in the background, folks. This is going to be such a fun afternoon.
Hang on. Late takeoff.
Yeah, mate, over to you.
All right, so, big, heavy power slash from Ishmael. Have a look at the chook feathers out the back. That whitewash, Mel, if that gets hold of you, you're Gonski. You can't maintain your balance with that much turbulence. Meanwhile, out the back, green just a little sideways for Kalash. But that's some good news from the Maldivian surfers, because Ishmael, he did one really strong turn, fell on his second, but it doesn't matter. He's got the 2 best scores. He's comfortably in the lead. And with only, sub 10 seconds, that's another win for the Maldivians.
Wow, the beach is going to erupt. I'm loving the support base that they've got on the beach here. We've got a little camp beside us, mate. So that looks like that's going to be the end of the heat there. So we're going to wait until the head judge counts the next one in. So
Welcome back to the action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. It's been an incredible couple days of surfing here. Well, incredible week of surfing really, with the conditions that have been available for all the surfers in preparation to one of the biggest events in the region. Shannon Heers alongside Mal Cliff Caithness here to call the action, and it's been a fun day to be able to start talking about some of the surfing going down, Mal.
Oh, it certainly has, Shannon. And look, thanks for having me on board as part of the team. And yeah, it's just been such an amazing day. And I guess we'll just repeat those results of that last heat. In third place was our surfer from Sri Lanka. That was Kailash Lyndon Mason. And look, congratulations are in order and due to our second place there, moving into the next main round. That was our surfer John Chan from Chinese Taipei, and also winning that heat and moving into the progression towards the podium was our surfer from the Maldives. That's going to be a popular win, Shannon. He's taken first place there on that one. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a repechage round, so no surfers get eliminated at this point of the event. And look, I'd be frothing. 2 heats out here at in the Maldives at such a famous wave, Cokes and Colas, and it's been pumping.
It has been absolutely pumping the entire week. I couldn't agree more. All the surfers have been frothing, ready to get out there, put that jersey on, and get to show the world the type of surfing they can do at a wave of this quality. Exciting times. We're now into our 10th heat of the day. Sean Barr from Iran, Hood Ahmed from the Maldives, and from Sri Lanka, Kanapathe Ramesh J. Hailar are all in the water. So just 3 surfers in the heat for this round. Coming up in our next round, though, we'll be running into main round 2. That'll have a 4th surfer in each of those heats. So we get 4 guys in the lineup trying to look for some nice tubes and some nice turns today here in the Maldives.
Oh, look, absolutely. And you raise a good point there. For me, as an enthusiast, I really this wave brings to the game. We've got a really good, nice, steep takeoff. You can get your eye down the line on this thing. And that first turn is dead set hammer time. That's where Perry Hatchett and the judging panel are going to hang their hats on a lot of the major scores on this. You're then able to get a second really strong wrap. Over to you as we see someone taking off here.
Up and riding in live action, Ishmael, the local Maldivian. Huge opening turn. The beach is going crazy. Nice wrap for the second. Gauging that rail. Now just finding some speed to try and make it around that for a last tag to the section. Doesn't quite get that finishing turn, but those first 2 were incredible.
Oh, how was that? On cue. You know, he's got that really good first turn in. Hammer time. He's thrown Thor's hammer at that second turn. And then as it moves its way down the line, if you can get a couple of pumps in, you can really get some speed going on that. And look, that end section there really does lend itself to a tail high full rotation that you could probably stomp in the flats or use a little bit of a cushion on the foam. And I reckon that we might even see some of that action a little bit later on.
That's so true. We're going to be seeing so much good action, especially that main round 2 means that we'll see surfers that have already gotten a little feeling for surfing out here in the Jersey with just a couple of people. Now up and ready is our sideline reporter, Kayla Moore, ready to go with an interview for that winner of that last heat. Kayla, take it away.
I'm here with Miguel from Team Maldives. Can you run me through how that heat went for you and what was going through your head?
It's so good. The waves are pumping. I'm not doing too much. I'll just go and have fun because the waves are so fun. I don't think about anything. Just go and my coach said go take a best 2 waves. So there's so much.
Amazing. Well, it sounds like you had a really good strategy out there, and you took your time to yourself, and that's always super important. What was it like growing up here?
This, I don't know, it's hard to say. It's perfect weather there.
Yeah.
So nothing worry or anything. Just go and have fun. Yeah.
Well, that's definitely the most important thing, is just having fun. And is there anything else that you want to share with our viewers today from your home spot that you are representing?
I love representing Maldives. Such a good surfers are coming. Hopefully you can get see the good junior levels. So this I want to see good surfers coming. The juniors
especially, yeah.
Awesome. Well, really looking forward to that, and sounds like it was a great wave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Great to hear. Another good interview today, and we'll be getting even more insights from the surfers throughout the week, which is an exciting part of this, to be able to get to know so many surfers from around the world that we may not be as familiar with, but to be able to hear some of the stories of their journey to getting to the stage today, Mal.
Oh, well, you're right onto it there, Shannon. And look, just in the interim there, after that thing, we saw one of the better waves ridden here this morning. That was incredible. Our local tube hound, Hood Ahmed from the Maldives, has just taken off on a steep and deep one. He's actually just parked that thing on his backhand, managed to get himself a reasonably good little cover up on that thing, and then comes out clean. The local crew on the beach beside us here just erupted. And then it managed to get sort of a good finishing turn, so I'm expecting a good number to come from that, Shannon. What do you reckon?
Yeah, we'll take a look at live heats to see how those scores are rolling through. Good way to kick things off, that's for sure. And we've got a score in first of Hood Ahmed, a 6-point ride with a second score to fall.
Good stuff. So he's on his way there to a good lead in this heat, one would think. We've also got to remember that our compadre from Sri Lanka there also got a wave before him. That's Kanapathy Ramesh J. Halia. So they've come from all corners of the globe there, and the Sri Lankans are no slouches either. You know, there's some great waves there at Tamarin Bay and down the southern end of the island. So I'm just loving what the multicultural aspect of surfing and you know, they call soccer the world game. Well, I'm calling surfing the world game.
I'm with you on that one for sure. It's so fun to see surfers from different parts around the world and to know the quality of fun waves that they have available for themselves as well. And the preparation, like you said, Sri Lanka with some great opportunities to get into the water. Nice, warm, tropical feeling there as well. And no surprise to be seeing the quality of surfing coming through from any one of these surfers that's out here today as we take a look at some live action.
Yeah, right on crew, our Sri Lankan here. Oh my goodness, he has absolutely hammered that top thing and then gets a bunch of chook feathers flying on that second turn and then finishes clean down the end of the line here. So a smaller wave, but the judges are going to be looking at that and absolutely puts a full stop on that thing.
And Sean Barr from Iran takes off deep behind the section, nearly makes the takeoff, but just can't quite find himself into that open face of the wave. Charging from the surfer out of the San Francisco area of California, representing Iran proudly, often competes for Iran at the World Surfing Games. Great to see him charging out here today, but looking to get himself a solid score to be able to put himself in the mix.
Yeah, look, pinch me. This is mechanical. Waves are starting to peel down this reef, and as the tide starts coming in, it is a little bit more of a mid-tide, full-tide type of wave, so hence the reason why we've had to go on standby a little bit here this morning. But oh, look, it's starting to get into its rhythm here. Cokes and colas on Thulusdhoo Island is alive and kicking, ladies and gentlemen.
And it's so fun to be calling the action today, specifically from the sand. I mean, we are looking at the waves as they're rolling down the beach, getting to feel really what's going on in the crowd here, getting to have these conversations with surfers before they're heading out into the water, getting to kind of feel what that energy is like. And it's been a really incredible way to kick things off here for the Asian Surfing Championships. Now, we do have some scores in, Mal. Hood opened up with that 6-point ride. He's now backed it up with a 4.17 as his second score. So he's sitting in the lead. Kanapathy Ramesh of Sri Lanka is sitting in second with a 4.83 as his second highest score. He's got another score to come through. And then Sean Barr opened on a 0.23 with another score to drop for that last takeoff. And we are watching some reeling waves down the point.
Oh, hold the phone, ladies and gentlemen. Oaks is lighting up here at the moment. That's a big set wave. So he's probably got most of those guys out of position. But look, this second wave here is going to run that whitewater trail. So you've got the snowplow sort of hanging there underneath the lip. Things get a little bit dirty as that wave runs off towards the end. So no real scoring potential on that thing. And yeah, you just mentioned the fact, look at our offers. Some people in cosmopolitan Asia at the moment are having to put the three-piece suit on, put the briefcase on, press the button in the lift. We're sitting here on a platform in the trees checking out some of the best surfers in Asia, just ripping in paradise.
It's so great. We're literally sitting on the edge of Thulusdhoo Island, which is on the Kaafu Atoll, one of the larger atolls here in the Maldives. And this island specifically is home to some of the most iconic breaks, Cokes being just right in front of us, sitting off the shore here. Of course, we've got this nice reef that kind of protects us, protects the entire atoll here, stripping across from those bigger swells coming through, but creates some incredible waves. And just across the way at the island, just outside of our view here, is chickens and baby chickens, a couple of great left-handers as well. And so one of the most amazing things about coming to this part of the world, Mal, you and I have gotten to experience, just being able to hop on a boat, get, you know, a 3-minute boat to a 30-minute boat to different surf locations around the area and be able to surf some world-class waves with not many people in the water.
Oh, 100%, Shannon. And, yeah, you know that movie Waterworld? Well, I reckon that's what this joint is. This is Waterworld. You know, these people come from a proud, steeped maritime history. Everyone, there's not many cars around at all. I think I've seen 3 cars on the whole island, but boy, oh boy, I think I've seen about 33 different boats then anchored up. So yeah, you just see all different types of watercraft. We've got water patrol out there on the patrols. We've got some, Coast Guard boats sitting off the coastline here, protecting us from the boat wake. It's just Waterworld. I'm loving it. I went for a snorkel this morning with the Brazilian judge and a young girl there from Taiwan, and underwater it's official. It's paradise underwater here. Coral reef, the fish. I've managed to see about 5 black-tip sharks snorkeling so far, and yes, they were such a buzz. 2 big turtles just hung out there. So special places, special times. Do yourself a favour, folks. Get over here to the Maldives one day. You will never regret it.
That is absolutely correct. We can see some surfers getting ready to paddle out for the next heat because waves like this are rolling through, stalling and trying to get himself into the barrel as the hood comes over. Looks for the exit, can't quite find it. Putting on a great display of surfing from our local competitor, Hood Ahmad.
Oh my goodness, there is so much to like about his tube savvy. You know, I'm a huge fan of backhand tube riding. Actually, it's one of my favourite pursuits in the world. But Hood Ahmed, he's just giving us that look at what he can do here. He loves to grab hold of that rail. He goes into that pig dog stance. He uses his backside to then slow himself down. But he's got such a good read on the wave. So I think the only thing there suffered was the fact that wave closed out on him. But boy, oh boy, I've been looking forward to seeing that guy come to Nalu in Western Australia and just see what he would do on his forehand. Oh my goodness.
So true. It's incredible to be here at this time of the year as well for the Asian Surfing Championships being prime season. You know, most of the surf season here runs from April to November, peaking between May and October. We are smack dab in the middle of that with July, knowing that we've got 10 days for this event. We'll be rolling through over the next 7 days in front of us. We've already had a couple of days underway. We began with our opening ceremonies. What an incredible event that was to be a part of, just to see every one of the teams in their local kit and that celebration from the local crew as well here in the Maldives as we got a surfer up and riding.
Absolutely. This is our Sri Lankan, and he has just poked the nose, but that was just on the end. He got himself a useful first turn, couple of speed pumps there to get to that end section, and really tried to wet a lot of rail in that last closeout turn. I am such a fan of just seeing that whole rail, particularly on this instance, a toe side rail, just getting buried, and then you know that's evidence of speed, power and flow when that's going on. But unfortunately, they poked the nose a little bit, and he comes unstuck on that one, Shannon.
Yeah, I love that breakdown of it, really getting that rail deep underwater. There's a great image, I believe it was Ethan Ewing from Bells this year, that just kind of floated around the internet of how much of his rail was actually buried inside, you know, the face of that wave. Really shows that commitment, shows that power as well. And that's the sort of surfing that we want to be seeing, and that's the sort of surfing that we're going to see this week as well. So many of these guys taking to rail as well as looking for those bail opportunities.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to see how each day unfolds. Yesterday we saw the judges really dining out on that rail game. Today it appears that it's going to probably be also the same sort of thing. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm such a fan of the barrel, and as we know, Cokes or Colas or whatever you want to call it, ladies and gentlemen, it's official. You can get shacked off the dial at this joint if you want to.
It's so true. Of course, the name of the break comes from the fact that there's a Coca-Cola factory right here on Thulusdhoo Island, providing some jobs to the local community, as well as some soda to the islands. And it's been a great thing to kind of just see some of that local culture here as well, to be able to get to know so many friendly faces. You know, the locals here on the island have been so incredibly welcoming to us. They put so much work in behind the scenes as well to make sure that all of the surfers, all the officials that are here for the event are just feeling right at home, everything being taken care of behind the scenes. And we've got surfers that are paddling out for the next heat. It seems to be, Mal, that a lot of the surfers are opting to paddle from right here, kind of on the inside next to where our judging tower is, for a bit of an easier paddle out without having to duck dive and jump off from the main island, which can be a little bit more risky, especially with these bigger sets rolling through. There's one small keyhole that you can jump, kind of paddle through, but if you miss that keyhole, it can be pretty dangerous, as we see Sean with a quick in and out.
You know, you raised a really good point there, and I thought the same thing, exactly that. Maybe you've got to conserve a little bit of energy here. It's a long, hot day in the sun today, so...
So a long week of surfing ahead of us, like you said, conserving that energy, getting to know this break even better, and keeping an eye on what the locals are doing. We've seen quite a few of the Maldivian surfers paddling from this inside position as well, rather than jumping off the top of the island.
Yeah, good observation. Look, paddling out in the next heat is our surfer in red. Now, the reason why I mentioned that is his name is Arash Zagahari Saza Madani. And ladies and gentlemen, this guy looks like a UFC warrior. He is a big man, and I'm looking forward to see what he does with those big shoulders, those big legs and hips. And, yeah, I've got no doubt here he is going to be a bulldozer out here at this break. Let's see as we go out to the point. We just see a couple of sort of lines starting to lift here. And how are we looking with the scores at the moment?
Have a look here to see how our time is filtering through. We're down to 6 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
Nice.
Our surfer from Sri Lanka is in the lead, a 4.83 and a 6.00 as his high score. So last of Green, sorry, not that last one, but just the previous one before, a 6-point ride, put him up into lead over the local Maldivian in Hood Ahmad. Hood with a 4 and a 4.17 and a 6.00, a 1.5 throwaway, and Sean Barr in there with just a couple of scores less than that 1-point ride. We've seen him with some really committed takeoffs for a surfer in Redmall, but we haven't quite seen him get himself into position to be able to find that open face. Now, what sort of adjustments could be made for a surfer like Sean in this heat to make sure his positioning on takeoff is right to be able to capitalize on those waves?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. What you've got to do at this stage of the game is reset. Press the button, reset, just focus, try and get priority where you can. And I like working with that old thing that, you know, a simple mantra. Make the waves, don't fall off, and on the big days I always say don't get caught inside.
Oh yeah, very important.
So if you can get that little thing going, generally as you make that takeoff, that's the most important critical thing to do. Your own rhythm, your own read on the wave does the rest of that for you, and the judges don't want you to dirty that score. So it's important you need to put the exclamation mark on that ride, finish it to the end, and keep your fingers crossed the judge is going to like what you bring to the game.
And especially on a day like this where it's a little bit unpredictable, some of those sets are holding up really well, but a lot of them have that closeout on the finishing section, or even to close out from kind of the takeoff, the way that that swell is hitting the reef. It's so important to get those finishing maneuvers because not a lot of surfers are finding them. So every wave where you can actually get a clean finish is going to add to that scoring potential, as we see a solid hack to start for our surfer. Hood on his backhand into the second turn. Now looking for one more, unleashes, gets that extension, and you can hear the cheers from the crew just behind us here on the beach. And what a great way for him to try and battle back into that leading position. He's only chasing a 4.84.
Oh, I think he's going to get that score, and, you know, he could have dead set shut the gate with that last manoeuvre being made, but oh boy, there was some points on that first turn there. That was absolute dong the bell at 12 o'clock. You know, that's what I really like. If you can imagine the wave wall as a chronological clock face, then those surfers who are climbing up the fall line, they're heading 12 o'clock, they're staying close to the fall line, trying to get down to 6 o'clock as optimum, means that you are generating more speed, power and flow by staying in that top to bottom section. So yeah, I guess if you just want to analyse that a little bit better, if you take off at 12 and you go to 9 o'clock, and then you go to 12 and then you go to 9 o'clock, it's pretty well much windscreen wiper turning, and the judges don't want to see that. They want to see that sort of surfing that really throws everything at it. So if you're staying in the power section of the wave there, and a really good thing is smooth is fast, Shannon. If you're seeing surfers, smooth is fast. And I'm liking that. That first turn was smooth, fast, and he will get a fair amount of points on that. Quite a surprise package, though. I'm really loving Hood Ahmed, a little bit of a superstar in the making here.
Yeah, incredible. We're still waiting for that score to come through for his last wave. We're down to 3 minutes on the clock. That breakdown of, you know, when we talk about 12 o'clock so often as a turn, as Sean takes off on his solid size wave. So the one thing that can be said about Sean Barr in this heat, the Iranian, is that he is charging. He's looking for that solid size set, and he has no fear in the lineup today as we take a look now at our surfer in blue.
Oh, here he is. Here's the local boy again. Parks it. Where did he find that bit of shade? And he's still going there. He nearly tries to doggy door that thing out on the end of the reef, but you could see the silhouette still travelling in the barrel there. The kid's a tube hound.
Incredible. That was so well positioned. I thought he was going to come through it. We could see that little, you know, that dark shadow kind of coming in behind the curtain. Would have been so exciting to see him right out of that.
But no, I guess if you circle back a little bit, really it's wave selection too. You really want to be picking the best waves, and look, when the opportunity comes to you, is your cup half full? Is your cup half empty? Make sure it's always half full for yourselves, guys.
So true. Now scores are in for the previous wave of Hood, a 7.50, a near excellent drop through for those multiple backhand smacks. And now up and riding our surfer in green, Kanapathe from Sri Lanka, just a quick in and out. He'll be real deep behind that one, but he's down into second, chasing a 7.51 to get himself into the leading position. Sean Barr nearly into a combination situation, chasing an almost perfect 9.93 the advancing position. But again, this is not an elimination round. We've got the repicharge. He's going to have another opportunity to get out there, and he'll just work on some of that positioning, but he's going to be charging regardless when that next heat comes through.
No, absolutely. And fun fact 101, Shannon, that's the highest scoring wave of the day today, 7.57, so congratulations there. So if you didn't see the action earlier on and you're sitting at home in front of the lounge room, or you're doing the dishes, or you're dressing the kids, or you're patting your dog, make sure you tune in as the afternoon goes on, because it is only going to get a lot better here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And this has been brought to you by the Asian Surfing Federation in collaboration with the local board riders here. So also to all the Maldivian surf crew, thank you for providing this platform for us. This event is going to go stellar.
Oh, it already has gone stellar, that's for sure. It's showing up to day one of competition yesterday. Taking a look at the highlights packages that the team put together. Just incredible. I mean, such high quality surf. So exciting to see an event start like that. Stellar, as you said. Now into day two, and just to see even the wind conditions are so beautiful. The sun is shining. Having a talk to the locals here that are, you know, the organizers behind the scenes, like Shay, like Bade, they're saying that it's been so stormy, there's been so much rain, so much cloud coverage in the weeks leading up to this event, and then everybody got here and the sun just shone through, and it's just bright and beautiful. So we're counting our way down to the finish of this heat, and it looks like our results are official, with the local Maldivian Hood Ahmad in the lead, and Kanapathe Hailar of Sri Lanka, who falls through in that second place position. So those two will be advancing through into main round two. Sean Barr of Iran will fall into the repicharge round, so he'll have another opportunity later this week.
All right, well, I'm going to step out of the chair. I'm going to invite my good friend Mark Clift And I'm going to look forward to the call from both you guys. So, yeah, look, have a good afternoon. And look, if you're at home, tune in, crew. It's only going to get better. This is so super fun. Mel Caithness, Malieva from Margaret River signing off. I'll see you back here a little bit later on.
You. Welcome back to the action and straight into another solid set rolling through here at Cokes in Thulusdhoo, Maldives, as we've got a great wave up and riding. Our surfer in blue ducks deep into the barrel and gets closed out.
Ahmed Agil representing the Maldivian team right next to us. So it looked good, a lot of wow factor, but it's probably a 1.5.
Unfortunate for those kind of moves.
A hard-earned 1.5, but it entertained us. So this is heat 10, is that right, Shannon?
This will be heat number 11 actually.
11. Wow, that's right.
Ahmad Agil, Iranian Arash Sagari Sazhamandai, and then from Sri Lanka, D.A. Lakshitha Marushan. So some great surfers in the water right now. And similar matchups from the last one. Same exact surfers in there, just the way the seedings have fallen through from the last time that the Asian Surfing Championships happened back in 2019.
Yep, and then we're doing it the second version of the Asian Surfing Championships right here in the Maldives. The third version will happen in 2 years' time in Japan, and the Japanese team are going to be deadly on home soil. I'm tipping Shannon. So everybody's got to try and get some runs on the board here, because the last time this happened, Team Japan won first and second in every division.
Incredible. Taking a look at those results now. China had a great showing. It was at home for them for the 2019 Asian Surfing Championships. And from the Maldives, Hossein Arif took away a third-place finish in the men's shortboarding division, our men's open division. Other than that, like you said, Team Japan was absolutely on fire, and they're going to be the hosts next year for the 2024 Asian Surfing Championships.
I know, and yesterday, geez, they set a mean pace. The first two heats were won by Japanese men yesterday. They'll be coming up this afternoon. So we're going to see all the winners from this round. We'll do it again this afternoon. So for everybody online, listening in and tuning in, I reckon stick around, because our last 6 heats today, 2.5 hours of surfing. It's going to be high-powered pretty much every afternoon, Shannon. It's about when this place hits its straps. It just goes oily clean. The tides are looking really good for that last hour of power. So I think there's a lot to look forward to here this afternoon.
Well, we've got some live action. Quickly, our surfer in blue up and riding, and big float to finish. Can't quite hold on to the end of it. And as we wait for those replays to roll through, we'll head down to the beach to catch up with Kayla Moore and the winner of that last heat.
I'm here with Hood Ahmed from Team Maldives, and he was absolutely ripping in the water today. What was your strategy going out there? I saw that you were going for a lot of barrel riding. Tell me more about that.
Well, I love barrel riding though, and my strategy for today was like I just wanted to go easy on 2 good waves and make this go and go for the barrel. That was my plan for today.
Awesome. Well, you definitely did that. Tell me about one of your favorite waves that you've caught out here at Cokes, and your barrel, how that felt coming out and getting totally shacked.
Well, my favorite wave that I got was actually yesterday, but today the wave that I got out there was pretty fun. You know, I really enjoyed it, but yesterday that one wave that I got from outside all the way inside and made it out was like a pleasure, you know, it's the best thing.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I know the feeling very well. And is there any other things that you want to share about your home country and having the Asian Surfing Championships here?
Well, it's a pleasure to have the Asian Surfing Championship here, and this is like the biggest stage I can ever surf in Maldives though. Well, I'm not from this island originally. I'm from way down south. Where I'm from, I have really good waves, good left right-handers. That's actually, you know, got me this chance to win probably this heat. So yeah, I just wanted to say the Maldivian Surfing Association, thank you so much for putting up a huge stage for us, you know. Thank you.
Amazing. Well, thank you, and we look forward to seeing your barrel riding in the next couple rounds as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Kayla. Great to hear from more of the surfers coming in, getting to know how those conditions are feeling out in the water, as well as taking a look at another little set starting to roll through here. Shannon Hughes alongside Mark Cliff to call the action through heat number 11 of the day. We've just got one heat remaining in our opening men's round 1. Heat number 12 will be up in just a moment. And then we'll be heading into our men's main round 2, and it'll be a full afternoon of men's competition. But Mark, prior to that interview, you were talking about the fact that these afternoons have been the time of the day to capitalize on, at least at this time of the week, being that that tide starts to push in, that low tide drops out between, 11, 12 o'clock, and as we get that high tide push through the day, it really helps those conditions to improve. Now, through the week, we're going to see that tide continue to get later and later in the afternoons, which means we're going to have some pretty early morning calls, I believe, coming up. Looking
forward to that, get up early, get straight into it, rip out 2 or 3 hours, go on hold, make the most of the afternoon again. So, and as you were saying, one more heat of sort of qualifying round 1s, and then we're into all the people that did advance out of their opening round. So the level of surfing this afternoon, those last 2.5 hours, Shannon, all the people online, you've got to stick around, tune up your mates, get online and have a look at what's going on here this afternoon, because it just really, really hits its straps in that last sort of hour or two most afternoons, and I reckon today's exactly the same, and you're going to be looking at the best of the last yesterday afternoon and this afternoon. The best of those guys are going to hit the line up in pretty dreamy conditions, so it's going to be a action-packed way to finish day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. Of course, we're only going to get through about half of that round through this afternoon, those 6 heats for men's main round 1, and there's going to be some great action within that. As we saw one more set sort of roll through, no one in position for it. We're going to have 4 surfers in the lineup for that next round as well, so we should see a few more waves being ridden. It's been great to see the strategy, though, of a lot of these surfers come through.
Oh, great-looking wave rolling through now. You'd love to have priority right now. Look at this steam train. It just goes unridden, and the boys will probably be regretting their position in the lineup. That thing was an absolute A-grade wave, but there is another one behind it. Let's hope someone can capitalise here. Who have we got, Shannon?
And up and riding, it is our surfer in blue with a great deep barrel. He comes out. Now looking for that finishing turn, puts the smash on, and he finishes off well for Ahmad Agil of the Maldives. local surfer and the crew behind us going wild.
Well, why not? That was a crazy good tube. You could see him get on the pump early. He realised the section ahead was long and stretched out. It was super hollow. He got on a big old pump going into that tube, which really set him up, gave him the right speed. He picked the right line and then hammered home a big finishing move. Would not surprise me if that's one of the best scores over the last two of round one, Shannon. That was sick.
That was incredible to be able to find the barrel like that and to be able to put on that finishing turn to ride out complete, to get the combination of maneuvers together was really, really solid.
Bit of local knowledge involved there, getting that pump in at exactly the right time. You see a lot of people pull into that X section and fail. They don't quite get up the required amount of speed or get the right line. So congratulations to our surfer in Heat 11. That was sick. What was it? It's got to be a big number.
For Amada Gill, scores are in. It's an 8.17.
The best number of round one.
Best number of the event so far. So incredible performance. And he still has 15 minutes on the clock, more than half the time remaining for him to be on the lookout for another wave like that.
Does he have a backup number yet, or is that his sole right?
That's his highest score. His backup number is a 1.80, so he's going to be replacing that.
There's a lot to look forward to watching Blue again in these last 15 minutes.
Now scores in for the first of green for our Sri Lankan surfer, Madhushan, a 5.67 for his sole wave so far, so he's done great to start off on the strong foot. And Arash from Iran with just a 0.97 heat total so far, chasing down a 5.18 to get the advancing position.
All right, so a little bit of work to do there from our Iranian surfer. I'm sure the boys on the beach will be giving him a rev up. He's probably going to have priority after we did see green right away during Kayla's interview. We've just seen blue, so you've got to be thinking. Our Sri Lankan surfer will be well positioned to make the most of the next set.
And he's not far off of taking that leading position at the moment, because although there's an 8.17 on the board for our heat leader, he needs to get a second score now. That'll be his motive for the rest of this heat, to really back it up and make sure he holds on to that leading position.
But geez, that was a good tube.
Oh, that was so exciting to see.
It was just so well read. This is a tricky wave, ladies and gentlemen. It looks kind of all picturesque and perfect, and it sort of is, but you put yourself in the lineup and you start having a few environmental issues to deal with, and lineups and sets that move around a bit, and not being familiar with it. It is a little bit trickier than it looks, but the opportunities are definitely there if you get the right read on the right wave.
Yeah, reading it's so important. Been really important for a lot of these surfers to get that time out here over the last few days. It's been challenging, I think, in the morning sessions due to the fact that when it's low tide, that current is so strong, Mark, and so that's why we've been running competition only later in the day. We do have a really solid-looking set pulling through here. We'll see if anybody is in position.
See, so this is quite a wide, stretched-out wave, and that's a bit of wave choice that you do not want to favour. That had way too much wall on it. The wave behind is a beast. It's one of the bigger waves we've seen in a while, and he goes blue again.
Ahmad now up and riding, streaking down the line, looks for the cover-up. Is he going to find the doggy door? Not quite to come out of it.
Well, when there's no doggy door, you can't find the doggy door. That was just a brave effort. Once again, another hard-earned 1.5, but a real showstopper. His mates on the beach were going, you got to pull in, and he probably heard him and went, you're right, I do. And chances of making it are very slim, but it definitely wowed the crowd.
It does show, to your point, too, as well as we saw our surfer in red, Arash. I mean, absolutely charged on that first wave of the set, but too deep in the section. That wave was going to run away all day for any surfer that was trying to take off on it.
Yep,
where that second wave had a little bit more opportunity to it.
It sure did. It had a better taper. That was always just too straight, that wave of reds. He probably didn't look down the line far enough and just read the play that I'm paddling onto a closeout. Do I really need a closeout? The answer is always no. Would have been wiser to hold on to his priority, and then that next wave perhaps could have been his. But as we've even seen with Blue, he was struggling to finish that thing. It was just one of those sets, Shannon, that have too much wall.
Yeah, just a little too much wall on it. It'll be interesting to see how much the shape of this wave changes as the swell decreases over the next few days, to see if it will still be, kind of clean, running smaller sized barrels, little tight cover-ups, or if it will be, more of that rail work and those turns that are coming into play as that swell decreases.
I'm tipping rail work. I've seen some medium-sized waves go through out here in my free surfs, and on the smaller first day I was here, Shannon, they break deeper, they run at a slower pace, and they have a nice contour to them that you can just keep turning in the pocket. You come down, and there it is again, and bang, and a la the Japanese yesterday afternoon that picked a couple of those mid-sized, slower waves, and they were just slamming hard in the pocket for their well-earned victories yesterday. So looking forward to seeing this round 2 this afternoon.
And we did see that 7.5 in the previous heat from Hood Ahmad from the Maldives team as well. That score came off the strength of a few really solid turns. So judges rewarding it when it comes through, but also looking for those opportunities for a nice deep barrel, a proper cover-up. That's why, as well, our judging tower is positioned where it is for that prime vantage point from the judges.
Exactly, and they're now looking, kind of front on, almost a little into the barrel. Once you're out there and you stand up where they are sitting, they've got such a good view. They can see exactly how deep you are. They can read the play there, and it's a really perfect spot to be positioned. I think we've got 3 heats of round 2 scheduled in for this afternoon, and on paper, hold the phone, we've got a bunch of Japanese and a bunch of Maldivian surfers. In fact, heat 1 will feature 1 Japanese surfer and 3 Maldive surfers. That's going to happen in about 30 odd minutes. We'll just tidy up the end of round 1 here with that heat 12. Then we're rolling into some big time heats. Pumping surf yesterday afternoon, Shannon. It did start breaking from further around the point, and deeper waves were really holding their form. So should that maintain its form this afternoon, I reckon we're in for a ripper.
It's going to be an excellent day of surfing. It's already had some real high quality, some big scores rolling through. We've got an 8 on the board in this heat. We had a 7.5. A 6 was the high mark out of our second heat of the day, heat number 2. And we've got another solid size wave just rolling through the lineup here at Cokes. Beautiful, picturesque location. If you're thinking of somewhere to go on a holiday, highly recommend coming to the Maldives. Absolutely beautiful, pristine, clear water, so many fish, so much tropical reef life, life in and around the reefs here, and some great surf spots up and down the coastline. All the different atolls, the little islands around the Maldives have such quality waves, and a variety from beginners all the way up to your most advanced surfers.
And look, surfing is a small part of what goes on here, really. You know, we keep hounding how good the waves are, but there's people who come here just for snorkeling tours, diving, just relaxing on a beach. You know, some of the accommodations are super high end, but it is luxury on a stick. Some of those villas that you drive past that are just come off these islands are just, there's so much thought and, architecture and just everything high end that goes into those villas, that if you want to come here and really, really spoil yourself, this is the place to do it.
It is an incredible location, like you said. I mean, even just talking about the island that we're currently sitting on at Thulusdhoo, with great waves like Cokes and some other great waves just, short boat rides away, this island itself has over 30 guest houses on it, can host about 430 beds. And so there's just so much space, so much opportunity, which is why they're able to host an event of this magnitude with so many surfers coming in from around the world and with so many officials coming in as well.
Yeah, and why not? I mean, it's their baby, their event. The Asian Surfing Federation have put a lot of work into this, and the Maldivian Surf Association as well, and it benefits every competitor from the 18 nations that are all here to have a crack at it. Ideal Surf, Ahmed Agil, this is his home turf. He is from this island of Thulusdhoo. He's making the most of his opportunities out there. So there's a real lot to like about this place. And as you were suggesting, Shannon, like as I was saying, there is some super high-end stuff that goes on in the Maldives as far as accommodation goes. But there is every kind of accommodation to suit every sort of budget, particularly on this island, as you're saying, 30 homestays, 30 choices of guest houses / hotels. It definitely favours those that want to take a risk and get somewhere different and are prepared to travel out of their comfort zone to get here. You'll be happy that you made the effort, that's for sure. Here we go. In the chute, Red is taking this thing off Green, so Red maybe had priority. I'm not sure exactly what went down then. But Green did ride, Red took off and went kind of down hard. So a bit of a situation, I'm not sure We can't see the priority listings from here, so something's gone on. Someone got a little bit confused right there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, unfortunately at the moment, we as the commentators don't have access to what that priority was, so we're not sure entirely how to explain that situation. We do know that Green was looking to get a backup score on the board. He had that 5.67 and was looking to get something in the 4-point range to be able to take the lead away from the local. Our surfer in red, deep behind another wave there. Didn't look like he was going to be able to make that takeoff. There he is with another wave, just a quick in and out on the inside. So looking to keep himself busy and put some more scores on the board.
Yeah, so that was the Iranian surfer in the red. So he must have thought he had priority. Maybe he did. Perhaps he did. There could be... well, anyway, we're speculating. Let's stick with the live action of the local Ahmed. The boys next to us are going nuts. He's just tagging this thing well. He needs to hold on to this manoeuvre. But that whitewater, from my experience, short experience of surfing here, Shannon, once that clips you and it gets hold of your ankles, it's really, really hard and kind of impossible to ride out of that. If, you know, all your manoeuvres have to be done clean. You've got to stay away from the white frothy stuff at all costs because it's really strong.
Yeah, really important to be able to stay right in front of that section. I like that you're saying that from your personal experience, but we've been seeing that throughout today as well. If anyone is just caught slightly behind that open face, slightly like just behind the pocket, they're not making it out in front again.
No, same with your end move. If you get up there and hit it and you're landing with the foam, good luck. It is a very slim chance of riding out. So if you are going to go for your end hit, you've got to get up there early. You've got to ride down and land before the wave kind of explodes around your ankles, or it's very slim chances that you will be riding out of that end move. So we have Green out the back now by himself, and I can see another good set starting to appear.
See where he puts himself into position. We can see the set's looking a little bit wide for where Green was at, and he's going to have to just punch over the lip. That is going to leave our surfer in red, I believe, to take this one on the head, unfortunately.
Well, these are the times when you're paddling out, that if you are halfway out or 3/4 of the way out, you're the beneficiary of that thing sliding a little wide. So if I was in a heat, I would paddle as hard as I could to get halfway out and then kind of cruise and just hope that something just avoided the guys that are too deep and just swung right onto your lap. This set's probably going to do it again. Whoever is paddling out now is probably going to pick this wave up.
It's going to be our surfer in blue that's going to be in the best position, if anything. But it looks like he's also just not quite there. And what a wave. I mean, that held open for a long time, Mark.
It did. It didn't end pretty. And a lot of waves don't if they have too much wall. So your decision as you're paddling onto a wave is you've really got to have a good look down the line.
Now, talk to us about why that in section is so challenging.
Okay, I think there's some rocks down there that pop up pretty quick. You basically, again, in my short, history out the front here, when you paddle on a wave, if it has too much wall, Shannon, it's going to end right down there on the shallow rocky part, which is very, very hard to control and hard to get an exit out of barrels. You want something perhaps with a really good, nice, slow taper off the takeoff to really get a combination of moves.
Now you've got 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Current situation, Ahmad Agil of the Maldives, local surfer from this island, sitting in the lead. And he's just increased that lead as well with a 3.83 for his last wave to back up the 817. Now here he is up and riding once again, looking to go big.
Oh, he's going big, all right, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming out of this. Oh, my God. Ahmed Agil, you are the man. His buddies next to us have just gone ballistic. Why not? That was the sickest read on such a good wave. That was such a long tube. It's a pity we won't see a replay again, Shannon, but boy, oh boy, I'd love to see that thing 3 more times. That was nuts.
That's right. Our audience at home, of course, is going to see that replay over and over again. Unfortunately, Mark and I are literally sitting on the beach, on the deck. We're watching the waves as they come through with the rest of the crew down here, so we're not going to get to see that replay. But that was a moment that I am just so happy to have witnessed, not looking at a screen. How often we're calling heats and we're just seeing, what the audience is seeing at home. Rarely as commentators do we actually get to see these waves peeling in front of us. So that was a really special moment to be able to see that. And to hear the Maldivian team right next to us in that moment gives me chills.
That's got to be the best wave. That's a nice.
As we've got Green now up and riding, trying to grab that rail to pull back into the pocket. And he instead hooks it up into a massive turn to finish for our surfer in green from Sri Lanka. And the scores are in for last of blue. The local surfer from Thulusdhoo at 9.50 for Ahmad Agil.
Now, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a 10 amongst those 5 scores that the judges threw down. Perhaps there is.
You're correct. There's 110, 19, and 3 9.5. So, of course, we lose the top score, we lose the bottom score, and we average out those middle 3.
Oh, my God, I'm so glad someone threw a 10.
Nailed it.
That was just such a amazing tube ride. He was so deep for so long. That's what the judges want to see. They've sent the clear message to everyone else, Shannon. If you're going to get tube, don't mess around. Go super deep. Make it look like, you know, you're not going to make it. But we could see his blue rashy travelling. We're like, oh, my God, he is going to make it. And he did. Got a bonus second little sniff at the barrel as well. What an amazing ride. Ahmed Agil, you're the man.
What an incredible way to finish out this heat. We're down to 15 seconds on the clock. It's been a real exciting one. An excellent heat for him. A near perfect heat. He's got a 9.5 and an 8.17 on the board. And here he is up and riding one more time, dragging the hand, dragging the rail. Slotted, not as deep as the last one, but just making it look easy as ever here at his home break. Huge carve and wrap around now, going for that in section to finish.
I want to know, how did he get out there that quick? That was ridiculous. We were still talking about his wave, and he was on another one. Has he got a stunt double in the water?
He is paddling so fast. He's also going to know exactly where he needs to be in the water, how to take advantage of the currents that are running, because they're going to be currents running in opposite directions out there right now.
Well, whatever he did, I want a piece of that. That was an amazing effort. So the 9.5 is on the highlight reel all day long. That was just a crazy good heat. The boys next door, his Maldivian surf team members, are really putting on a show of local knowledge here. Ahmed Agil, this is his local break, and you can see it. It stands out clear as day. What was his 2-wave total? It must have been really high.
17.67, which means that he had the rest of the field in a combination situation. Now, taking away that second place position is the Sri Lankan in Lakshita, and our surfer in red from Iran, Arash, falls out in that third place position, but he's going to have another opportunity in the repecharge rounds.
Okay, Heat 12 has started, ladies and gentlemen, the last heat of round 1. And after an amazing display from yet another Maldivian winner with a 17.67 heat, Ahmed Agil just set the joint alight, Mal. His mates are all down on the beach. Check him out just to our left. the whole team has raced down to Ahmed. They've just about cheered him off the beach for a round one win. That was just so inspiring. Did you see that barrel, Mel? Tell me you did.
Oh, I certainly did, mate. He just absolutely tonked that with the Stuart Surridge and then put that cricket ball out of the park. That thing was rolling down the road and into the gutter. That was such a good... I love the score the judges threw at that. That was spot on. Oh, okay, so we got a little bit of a recap going on there behind us, I think.
Yeah, I think the replay has just gone on again. Everyone's had a second look at it. Crazy, 9-5. Still some room in the scale for the perfect 10. He did add a 7 something as well to that scoreline. Bossy Heat. Sorry, he added an 8-1-7 to that scoreline, Mel. So let's talk about Heat 12. We have out of Iran, Mohammad Shah Maradi. He'll surf in red. In the blue, from the Maldives, is Hussein Arif. I'll tell you a bit more about him in a moment.
Cool.
And out of Afghanistan, this is the surfer, the guy I've surfed with every surf I've had this week. It's Amu Afridun, and he rolls by the name of Afri. So my man Afri's out there in the lineup now, representing Afghanistan in green.
Now, what I like, mate, is the palette's been set, hasn't it? That last display, for want of a better term, has just absolutely set up what is going to be an incredible round 2 this afternoon. You would have to think that we're now starting to see the cream of the event here this morning, rising to the top. They're going to be out there battling each other this afternoon. And the gauntlet has dead set been laid down by the local Maldivians. I'm loving this.
Well, you're 100% correct, Mel, and I've been hounding the people online that are watching that they've got to stick around for this round 2 action, because it's all the winners from round 1. There's a lot of top performers in amongst that. A lot of them are Japanese, a lot of them are Maldives surfers. But it's really going to give you a real glimpse at our front runners and the people that you can probably expect to feature on finals day are in the mix there somewhere. They'll be coming at us thick and fast in about 20 minutes. There's Ben Way over there, our champion beach commentator, all-round good guy. He's here holding down the beach commentary. What a dude. We've got some good people we're working with this week, Mel, which always makes it for a fun work experience. Meanwhile, we are going to throw over to Kayla Moore, who has the winner of the last heat, the one and only Ahmed Agil.
I'm here with winner of the last heat, Ahmed, and he just had the most high score of the event. Tell us about your barrel out there.
Actually, I love the barrel. If it is big, I don't love to do turns. I love to do barrels. So I went for free surf. I just want to get a couple of barrels. So I made it.
You made it, and you made it look very easy. It was really pleasurable to watch you out there, and like you said, it was like a free surf with only 2 other people out. Tell me about your favorite wave. What was it like coming out of the barrel and having everybody cheer for you on the beach? Was amazing. I'm sure you didn't hear it, but what did it feel like for you?
I think the wave, it was my second wave. That's the wave I feel it, I'll get a good score. And then I already told the cameraman, I told him, I'm trying to get a 7 point, and then I got 8 point, and then next one I get 9 point, and then I'm done. And then I just want to come back here, rest for next heat.
Yes, rest for the next heat. It sounded like you built up on those scores and you kept building up through your heat. And is there anything else you want to share, having the Asian Surfing Championships in your home here in the Maldives, and to the people watching all around the world?
This is biggest my dream, to have an international competition here at my home, and then my dream is come true. So I'm so excited. I'm really excited to go for it, and I'm trying to get a medal to Maldives.
Amazing. Well, we're really looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Go get some rest and have a good day.
Thank you.
We've had one wave ridden here in Heat 12, and it's just a sub 1 point ride, so a bit of a sleepy start. The boys still have 18 minutes to sort this out. So, Mel, with having only 87 competitors, a 9-day event on our hands, 25-minute heat, repecharge rounds, it's kind of a real feel-good way to surf a contest.
Yeah, and I'm gigging on that one with you too, mate. I reckon this is probably almost the way that surf comp should go. We come to quality locations, we got community groups, we got different countries, we've got an easy format to run with. As we see out the back there, our surfer up and riding here on this one. Oh, well, hammers that.
Okay, let's talk about this fella a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. Hussein Arif, his nickname is Ibu. He's been around forever. Believe it or not, this guy's 46 years of age. He's won just about everything he can win on the atolls around here. He's a 9-time national champion. He's featured highly in every huge sort of championship event like the Asian Surfing Championships. He got a third. He's a bronze medal holder out of the last Asian Surfing Championships. But the respect, he's basically the godfather. Let's put him in that realm because that's what he is.
I'll tell you what, with a stat record like that, that guy's a king.
There's more. We'll get to his stats
Good
list
man.
when we're in our booth tomorrow because
Good
it's
man.
a bit hard sitting out here on our little cubby house. But he is the godfather. He's the man. And I first met him in 08 and he remembered that yesterday when I had a chat. He said, yeah, I remember you. And I said, it's good to surf with the legend. And it was.
My goodness, how are those turns then? I'm just absolutely loving that first turn. He knows how to like swing blade that board right through the arc. He's getting a lot of rail wet. And yeah, that's to be able to sort of see that suspension of the spray in the sky means he's got pinpoint timing. He's laser guiding those turns at that age.
Yep, he is no slouch, that's for sure. And age does not seem to have got hold of him just yet. He's still one of the finest surfers I've seen over the last 4 or 5 days out in front, mate. And when he gets in the line-up, it's kind of any wave is his, you know what I mean? He's got that sort of status. And the boys, when he talks, the young fellas, he's always giving them advice, I noticed yesterday in the line-up. So here we are pretty deep right now, Mel. This is green. So this is Afri, representing Afghanistan.
Nice.
He's also one of our media team leaders. He put a lot of the show together here. He was the fellow we had the phone convo with the other day when he's organising all us announcers and that sort of thing. He's a bit of a go-getter.
Yeah, no, I liking the guy that wears all the coats and the hats, and, you know, he's just a bit of a tireless worker, and I'm thinking that he's got a pretty strong administration background with this group in the years ahead, and has been an integral part of getting this dream tour, as it was, location, I think, up and going. And boy, oh boy, this event is going to go stellar. I did say it to Shannon before. I've got no doubt. And I think the highlight package is now only going to get better. We've got round 2 coming up on day 2.
Yeah, and, you know, after this heat, and we've still got 15 minutes to go here, we really want to see a bit more of Hussein Arif. His last wave, just a high 5 Mel. It almost went to the 6-point range. There's still plenty of room for Ibu to tee off. I'm sure we're going to see him really upgrade something heftier on top of that 5.83. But
how mechanical has this well been?
Hasn't laid down yet, has it?
It hasn't had a rest.
No, it did a slow creep up. We've had 2.5 days of your sort of 4 to 6 foot range, Mel. I think 2 days ago was when we were getting, you know, 3 wave 6 foot sets.
Yep.
Today and yesterday, we're sort of, when a big 6 foot set does come through, it's kind of 1 off now, maybe 1.5, sort of. But the energy is sort of sliding a little. But there's a lot of countries here that are going, whew.
Oh, absolutely.
Kind of thank God.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it just still contains, or it still keeps that quality, that class to the action on the wave face. And, like, you know, we saw those scores. We know it can happen. You can get a sick barrel out here. You can get some sick turns going on out here. And as I said, if someone like Yago Dora was here on that end section, you're going to see some tail-high rotors probably punch through, landed in the flats. And, my goodness, what an arena for contest surfing.
Well, I reckon we'll see a bit of an air show as the event goes on. Once, you know, the nitty-gritty, they all get into semis or quarters or whatever. There's enough quality surfers here, Mel, to know that they'll all have an air game as well. When the wave is this fast and it's this hollow, you might as well just try and keep slamming away or get barreled. But once it does drop down a smidge more, for sure we're going to see a bit of airplay come into it.
So what's been the favourite part of the trip so far for you, Mark? Is there anything to do with that? How many surfs a day have you been having now?
Either one long one or two. But yeah, well, the surfing has been a total highlight. I mean, you know, it's really warm. Every surf I've had, it's been a Cokes, a chickens, a pasta, and a Sultans. So kind of ticking off a lot of the high-end waves. And they're as good as you hear about, folks. You know, we're not blowing wind out of a sinking sail or whatever. The hype is real, and the surf is really, really good when it's this size. So
run that past me again. That was a Coke, a chickens, and a high-end pasta. That's your Friday night dinner watching the footy,
kind of was. Throwing some sultanas, a salted surf as well, mate. And Nick Muntz, the other judge, he's been over frothing out of his brain. You want to see his head explode every night when he tries to describe his surfs. You know what he's like.
But no, look, we've got to say thanks to the Maldivian surf crew for hosting this event, for having us here. We mean it sincerely. You know, no BS attached. We really do rate this place highly. We rate you guys highly, and we're so proud to be bringing this to you.
Oh, look how deep blue is. So this is Ibu again, ladies and gentlemen, the Godfather.
Nice.
Bit of a high-speed approach just to keep his down-the-line momentum, and can't quite come to grips with his end manoeuvre. So Hussein Arif, he's just toying with the lineup at this stage. That wave had a long, sort of stretched-out wall on it, so it wasn't slow enough to really jam 2 or 3 moves, Mel. He kind of did pretty good on his first hit, but it probably just had a little bit too much wall to be offering sort of a quality combination of manoeuvres. Here we go, somebody in the chute just missing another pretty good wave. This is one of those waves you can do a lot of turns on, Mel. You're watching this thing just peel down the reef at a nice pace. It's got that real good looking taper. Speeds up now. That end section comes up pretty quick though sometimes, and you've got to always keep your eye on that end bowl because it's a tricky section of the wave.
Surf this joint, folks, with the light heats coming up, and it's just only going to get better as the week comes along. So you've got nothing to do. Make sure you get on board with us. We want you as part of the gang as well watching this, because we're just stoked that we're bringing this to you, and this is officially Feel Good Comp 101.
Yep, 10 minutes to go of round 1, ladies and gentlemen, so sit tight. 2.5 hours of real quality stuff coming this afternoon. It is only 2:30 here, Maldivian time. On what day is it, Mel? Is it Monday? There we go. I'm pretty sure it is. We'll call it Monday. So we've got some updates on some scores. Just a 3-point ride locking in as a backup now for Hussein. Takes his total to just under 9 points. My man Afri, the Afghanistan surfer in green, is sitting in second. Red's a little dry docked on the inside, Muhammad. I'm yet to see a wave score lock into Muhammad's corner, but somehow he's ended up on the inside, so he must have ridden a wave. 9 minutes to go, yep. And, you know, Mel, it's nice to know there are people watching, so for the people online, you know, for any of our mates, don't be shy to message us up, let us know you are. I know Justin Majex down there at Surfing WA said he would be logging on for sure. We've got another couple of mates that have all asked me for the link. All right, so I think Kayla Moore is just going to show you lot what our beach scene looks like. She's going to go for a little wander around the beachfront here and just let you know exactly how our beach looks. So over to you, Kayla. Go for it.
Hi guys, I'm here down at the beach checking out some of our local vendors and the Maldivian street food that we have on the beach here. So we have things like the local coconuts, we have sweets, in little packages, things that are made with the local foods here like coconut and sugar. Absolutely delicious being around the Maldives and trying all the local snacks. And yeah, there's a very exciting event site to come and enjoy, to watch the surf, and to see all the amazing waves in the competition. Thank you, guys.
All right. So there's not long now to finish off round one. We can see the surfers and their caddies making their way out for the bounce down into round two. So Green is in second. He needs a big total to track down Hussein. And Mohammed, he must have got cleaned up, Mel, because I can't see any scores in his red column, but he did get washed in representing Iran. Perhaps just got himself a little bit unfamiliar with the lineup and copped his head on the head, I reckon.
But look, it also would be remiss of me, Mark, and maybe I never ever really do this, but I'd just like to take a little opportunity to wish my wife Terry, it's her birthday today, back there in Mother River in Western Australia. So if you are watching, girlfriend, you're having a fat time here, happy birthday to you. Lots of love, coaching tickets from Mark and Mel.
Yep, happy birthday, Terry. Hope you're having a great day.
An interesting thing about this club, let's tell people a little bit about Thulusdhoo. It's got over around about 30 guest houses over here. It's more than 430 bed capacity. Now, when you sort of hear that, you go, wow, that's not so many. So when you come on a holiday here, it's pretty well uncrowded, and you can do so much stuff while you're here. But the interesting thing I find about it is that the island is only 1.58 kilometres in length, and mate, it's only 400 metres wide.
And they're all like, seriously, maybe 2 metres above sea level at the highest point, you know, or less. It's kind of right there with the way the Ments are structured, you know, Mentawais in Indonesia. They're low-lying atolls, white sandy beaches, Mel. They're all circled by this just gorgeous blue colour that, you know, is just postcard stuff. Every atoll, every island has that. It's, I don't know what you call it, but it is that dreamy blue that somehow the ocean just has delivered around every one of these atolls.
Well, the cool thing about it, this is the capital of the Kaafu. Oh, look at this wave over to you, mate.
Oh, too deep, too late. Afri, what are you doing? That was just a closeout waiting to happen. Afri, he'll be slapping himself a little bit. Wait till I see him this evening over dinner. I'm going to refer to that. We're going to be bringing that up and having a good chat and asking him exactly what he saw on that thing.
Yeah, I'm just going to get back a little bit to Thulusdhoo Island. Thulusdhoo's proximity is only 30 minutes to Mali City Airport by speedboat. So you get on a plane, you get off the plane, you meet the speedboat, 30 minutes later, you're just hanging out with the locals in paradise. So the fishing harbour puts it among the most accessible islands in the Maldives, and it's only home to 1,400 inhabitants. Get out of here.
Yep, and most of those crew are, you know, purely tourist-based jobs, businesses, and most of them, you think 1,400, well, that, you know, not many of those are surfers, trust me. They're all down here making a quid and looking after the tourists and, you know, whether it's their snorkeling or their diving tours. Here, the Godfather, slamming on his backhand real hard in the pocket, gets around that section, no fuss at all. Has these combination of major moves from Hussein Arif. Yeah, his buddies are going nuts. Why wouldn't you? That was sick.
Oh, there is a big score going to land in the blue column of that. You know, you talk about factor. I'm calling that pow bang factor. Two big hits.
Yep. It could definitely lock in as his best wave. His two-wave total is going north. He's going to have a really, really strong lead once that score drops. His backup number was only a 3. And just so smooth on rail. After that first hit, Mel, most people would have been stuck too deep. Put it on rail, Joe, straight around that, smooth as you like, and slap the pocket again.
Just connected the dots perfectly. You know, here we go. Look at this thing.
Whoa, who's got priority? Somebody, please catch this. Now, where's Afri? See, when we pay out him at dinner tonight, we'll say that's you could have been on that if you hadn't caught that other closeout. Remind us to rip into him when we're having dinner tonight, Mel.
What do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, he's a fun guy. Cop it on the chin.
Okay, 3 minutes to go in this heat, and yeah, here we go. We're just watching the master, the king of this joint, out there displaying to all the serfs and the peasants in the area what he does pretty well much naturally. And I can't wait to hear the interview that Carter's going to do with this guy, because he's going to have a lot of savvy, and he's going to be able to give some good insight in life on the island.
5.40, I think that number's coming in at his last, so not quite his best ride. The judges still want to see a little more out of Hussein. A couple of really good slaps in the pocket, followed by a mini move out there on the face of the wave. So he's still got time. He's got 2.5 minutes. He's already in position out the back, Mal. I reckon for sure we see another wave ridden by Hussein, because he'll know exactly where to paddle to find something inside that last 2 minutes, regardless of where his priority sits. Green is kind of hounding him, and why wouldn't you? Red is a little wide. Mohammed's been a little kind of maybe overwhelmed by the surf conditions, Mel, coming out being an Iran surfer. And he's sat a bit wide. He did get cleaned up once. That might have spooked him. So he's sitting pretty wide there in the channel. Just happy to watch the show go down. He'll get another surf regardless. And that's the beauty of this format with the repechage round. So I'm sure Mohammed's coach next time will be in his ear and going, listen, to win a surf comp or get through a heat, you've got to catch waves. So we need 2 waves here next heat, Mohammed. All right, so here goes Ibu again.
Get the monoshock going there in the legs to be able to then cushion that landing, but he's just throwing the kitchen sink at that wave then as well. So much to like about this. I'm just having such a ball here.
Yep, you can see he's feeling confident, mate. He knows his way back to front. It's right in his wheelhouse. He's teeing off. He did a couple of good moves prior to that. Could still lock in as one of his 2 scorers. Oh, here goes our man, Afri. So maybe we can give him some good feedback while we're having dinner tonight, mate, right after we've ripped into him, and tell him more of this stuff, please, Afri. Afghanistan surfer right there, ladies and gentlemen. There's not very often you'll see that in a broadcasted surf competition, a surfer from Afghanistan. Put it there.
Looks like they're going to count this now.
Right, well, the heat just did. Yep, the heat just did finish. There's a couple of scores to catch up to finalise it all. It'll be a no-brainer, though, that Hussein Arif will win the heat, and the surfer in green. And the surfer in green, Afri, out of Afghanistan, will pick up a 2nd position, his last wave, his best. So finishing on a high, and Mohammed will have to do a little better in this repechage heat. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a recap of that last heat.
welcome back to day number 2 for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. It's been an exciting week of surfing so far. Well, only into day 2 of competition, but there's been so many waves around that it's been exciting to see the surfers being able to be in the water, get all their free surfing in, and be able to really take advantage of some great conditions in the lead up to competition. We've been seeing some really incredible waves rolling through here at Cokes this week. Of course, we are positioned on Thulusdhoo, an island here in the Maldives, and we've got a surfer in red now up and riding, screaming down the line out of that first opening section. Nice turns to connect together to finish off on the inside.
Oh, absolutely, Shannon. That's the Japanese surfer, and smooth is fast. That guy has got rollerballs going underneath the hull of that blade there, and just the way he finished that wave, I'm telling you, that's a little bit of QS stuff out there right now.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance from Iko Watanabe of Japan. He's up against 3 local surfers from Maldives, Jalam Nizar, Adam Moin Ibrahim, and Hassan Nasi. 3 surfers who know this wave better than anyone. So for him to get out and get an early start, really, really impressive.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it is. I'm just looking forward to this afternoon. We're going to do right through to heat number 6, by the look of it, round 2. And look, a big shout out to the judges in the tower. Those guys have done a great job there. So well done, Perry Hatchett. Really love your work, mate. And to all the other international judges, they've come from all different parts of the world because they want to be part of it. And meanwhile, going deep, I couldn't quite see that. That's how far up the reef. That's our surfer in white. That's Hassan Nash, the local guy here. And he's a popular surfer here. Just swing blading his thing through the inside here. Now decides he wants to get to that end section. And he's got a score on the board with that one. So he's going to build a house. He wants to paddle out into the channel. He wants to get into that outside barrier reef rip that's going to just swing around the outside of the lineup, get himself back up into the wheelhouse at the top end of the reef, and try and see what he can do to light this joint up to impress the judges.
Scores to come through from the first exchange, and first is in now for Iko Watanabe, a 7.50 to kick things off for Team Japan. So he's going to sit with a confident lead over the rest of the field. Now waiting for the first wave of our last surfer to roll in and getting the other guys into position, holding on to that priority. And we are into our main round number 2. So we finished out main round 1. We had 12 heats. We ran 6 yesterday afternoon. Started out with the last remaining 6 heats within that today. And now up and riding our surfer in blue. Screaming down the line, drags the hand to try and stall into the barrel. Doesn't quite get there, but nice connection with the top of the lip there. Now opening up that wingspan as he carves back into the section, and he'll kick out.
Yeah, no, there we go. That's our surfer in blue. That's Jalam Nazar. And four competitors in the heat. This is just, if you are a surf enthusiast, I really like 4-man heats nowadays. And there's just so much action going on. And, we do get a chance to see these guys light up. They have deemed 25-minute heats today, ladies and gentlemen. So there's plenty of opportunity out there. And look, the reef is delivering in spades here. Look at this set. This thing just is mechanical. It continues to impress. The Maldives on display for the rest of the world here. And look, the country has done, both the men and the women in this country have done so much to make sure that this event is being brought to you in the best spirit possible, in the best waves, with some of the best surfers that Asia has. I'm loving the game. Thanks for having me along.
It's amazing to see so many great surfers from this region of the world. So in total, we've got 18 different countries represented. We've got 87 surfers in the draw this week. We had some space for a few more, but not every team was able to fill out the full open divisions on both men's and women's sides, as well as the full junior divisions. And we'll see some other nations that have been able to come with fully stacked teams, all the number of spots allocated filled with surfers. That's great to see, as we see a great draining barrel for our surfer in green, caught behind the section as his board pops out the end. That was Adam Ibrahim, another Maldivian in the water, and he has spent a lot of time surfing right here, so he knows Cokes very well.
Yeah, no, you touch on a really good point there. Often when you travel around and you get to see all the local surfers, they just have that little bit of an edge. So, I think almost in a way, this might even favour our Japanese surfer, Iko Watanabe, because, you know, he's going to be able to follow where these guys like to sit on the reef. He's going to learn, he's going to triangulate his positioning at the top of the line up there, pick a landmark, maybe pick a buoy, maybe even pick the chicken factory across the island there as well. So he will get a chance. This is a really good opportunity for him to be able to surf this joint as the week goes on. So little things are going to make a lot in these sort of events. And I don't know, there's going to be so many good surfers coming up even here now for the rest of this round. This is what we love about bringing the sport to you. This is what we love about bringing the sport to Asia. And the spirit is alive, ladies and gentlemen. We're part of the show, and we love the fact that you're viewing, you're tuning in, and that you're also part of it as well. So just waiting for some scores there. What have you got for us, Shannon?
13 minutes on the clock. Iko still sitting in the lead with that 7.5 as his single score so far. Hassan, our surfer in white, with a 4.00 to open things up with. A 2.5 on the board for Jailam and a 1.50 for Adam. So scores are all locked in. Situation remains the same. And it's our surfer in red from Japan with that real dynamic surfing coming into play. I think he's going to have the benefit as maybe the most all-around surfer that's currently in the water. But again, he is up against 3 surfers, 2 with that local knowledge specifically here at Thulusdhoo, and another Maldivian that's out there alongside of them. And so it will, you know, that local advantage definitely coming into play for 3 of the surfers, but maybe the more experienced competitive surfer in Iko out in the water right now.
Oh, absolutely concur with that observation. This is the chess match. He's got the best score on the board. He'll obviously be very high in the priority factor, and in fact, I think he's got first priority. So he's not going to take off on anything here now that's not going to better that first score that he's got. So he's able to put a little bit of scoreboard pressure on these guys, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the local boys respond to that.
Well, we'll see more sets rolling through in just a moment. Wait for those. Let's go down to the beach and catch up with Kayla Moore.
I'm here at the beach with Ibo, heat winner, and the local goat from the Maldives. He has won 9 national championships here. 6, I'm sorry. And tell me about how your heat went today.
Yeah, at the start my heat was a bit slow. The heat before us there was some good sets came through, so we were sitting a bit farther out, just waiting for those sets, and at like 10 minutes there was like no sets. So I have to change my strategy. I have to pedal a bit farther in to get some waves. So yeah, heat was a bit slow, but I'm happy that I got job done.
Yes, well, you're moving on to the next round, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round to see you just light up the entire spot. How long have you been surfing, and what has surfing meant to you during your life?
I've been modern surfing since about almost 30 years now. Yeah, and yeah, surfing has changed my life. So I got a lot of opportunities. I make a living out of it, and also it keeps me fit, happy. Pretty much surfing is pretty much, you know, what keeps me going, really.
Yes, well, that's what it's all about, is enjoying what you do for a living and enjoying what you do with your life. And we're really excited to see you in the next round. What is your focus as you move forward in the event?
Just gonna take heat at a time and try to go as far as I can.
Awesome. Well, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kayla. And out in the water, we saw an incredible ride from Iko Watanabe on his last wave. So scores starting to drop through now. Really sharp bit of rail work connected together, and it's into the excellent range. Mal, it's an 8.67, has him with a convincing 16.17 heat total.
Oh, spot on, judges. Like, major kudos there. Everything about that was just so enjoyable. That was laser guided, pinpointed accuracy. He got a fang into that first section. He put double fangs in after the second turn. So he's pretty well much ripped the top off that wave and then just meets that lip with a crushing coping grind rail re-entry that he manages to be able to stick in the flat water. So everything about that is a lot to like. The judges dined out on that, frankly, and major cred to the judges. You nailed it with that score. It looks like we've got a surfer up and riding, and it's our surfer in green, Shannon.
Great backhand attack for that first turn, setting himself up through the inside now. Has a quick kick out for Adam, who is currently sitting in 4th place position, so he was really needing to get things started now. Chasing a 6.50. He's just got a 1.5 on the board at the moment. Now our surfer in the white jersey, Hassan, has dropped in another 4-point ride. So he's now got 2 scores on the board, both as 4.00s. Sitting in a convincing 2nd place position over the rest of the field, both chasing, you know, those 5 to 6 point rides. But you can imagine that the couple of surfers in the water, as we're tracking with some live action now, looks like our surfer in blue ducks in for a quick cover up. Comes screaming out, check turn off the top, looking to set his line now off the bottom. Just bogs that rail for a moment, but is able to keep that momentum rolling through as we see Eco with that deep, heavy barrel out the back behind, now slicing through. Super dynamic, powerful rail work, hits the finishing section as well, and he'll be going excellent for a 2nd time within this heat.
Are you serious? That is insane surfing there from the Japanese guy. I can't wait. If you've got a chance, ladies and gentlemen, just check out the replay monitor on this. And if you're sitting at home there, listen, just don't burn the eggs. Just make sure you don't do that if you're cooking dinner at any part of the world at the moment. But this is a highlight wave of the event thus far. Japanese surfer on fire. He's going to have 3 scores in the good to excellent range, and I'm going to be interested to see how the local guys dig in here, because they are under assault, and this is going to be a major score. I'm just actually a little bit gobsmacked. On one hand gobsmacked, but on the other just stoking for what I'm witnessing going down here today. Here we go, surfer up and riding in blue. Here's the backhand attack. This is the answer back. Wave selection not quite on point there, and that means our surfer in blue has to exit, get out of there quick smart, and get himself back up into the lineup. Sure, he's going to be on the end of the travelator on the priority system, but these guys aren't going to give up. There's always that chance that as the heat unfolds that you're able to make a back. What do you got for me there, girl? Oopsies, I'm going to let you do this.
Scores are in. We've got our first 10-point ride of the event. Goes to Eco. 4 10s from the judging panel, 1 9.5 in the mix there. Of course, we lose the top and the bottom score, average out those middle 3, and he's got a 10-point ride.
Oh, look, I so want to just dice this up, but I won't. I'm just now going to go with live action as we see the surfer in green on his backhand. Heel side turn, yeah, there's a useful first turn there, but look, just unable to get around that next section, and wisely elects just to jettison out of there. Just a bit of a speed pull out. He wants to be able to get back out in the channel and try and see what he can do to see if he can match that massive Japanese total here. So yeah, let's reverse back a little bit. If we can find a replay around, make sure you can get one. We'll probably get that a little bit better going. But that takeoff was steep and deep. First turn there, managed to be able to just put that thing on full rail edge. I got to see probably 2 of the 3 fins sticking as that bottom turn was climbing its ascent up the face of that wave. He puts himself into the critical position at the top. Does not lose any, I repeat, any. He's going Mark 10 when he hits the lip in that first turn. Just so much style, stellar style. Second turn goes ham on, almost bigger than that first turn. Connects the dots with laser-guided accuracy. Then decides, I'm in the tube now. Gets some great coverage time in the tube. Comes out clean. The judges like that. And oh my goodness, that hard hitting, meet the lip of the wave halfway up the face to then get the turn there, get the fins glued, and then stick that in the most tricky section of the end of the wave here. That's what 10 points is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at that. The judges absolutely nailed that. I don't think there would be one person on this beach that's going to turn around and say that wave was overscored. That was spot on. What do you reckon, Shannon?
Oh, that was an absolutely incredible wave. Great wave selection, as well as, you know, just actually capitalizing on what was right in front of him, which was really, really impressive to see. I'm sure we're going to see some more waves like that rolling through. Will the surfers be able to capitalize, though, into that 10-point range? We'll have to wait and see. And no surprise, being that Team Japan is coming in as that front runner for this event. At the 2019 Asian Surfing Championships in China, Japan walked away with the win in every division across the board and had multiple finalists across men's and women's, juniors, boys, and girls divisions. And now up and riding again, already on a 10-point ride and an 8 on the board. He is having the heat of a lifetime for Eco. Comes through another barrel. Now lining up, grabs that rail, long and drawn out, down carve into the section. Having an absolute blast out there as we take a look at some live action here with our surfer in white, Hassan from the Maldives. Gets a quick couple maneuvers thrown in, but he'll kick out early as that wave just really kind of sucks off the reef on the inside section. So we've got a few scores to come through, and taking a look at the board so far, we've only got 2 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. So a score to drop in for last of red, and for our surfer in the white jersey, he's got a score to drop, sitting on a couple of 4s so far. If he can increase off those 4s, he's going to put more pressure on the rest of the field. Surfer in green, wave that we just saw before that was a 3.17, and surfer in blue, his last wave was a 3.70. So the Maldivians currently struggling to get themselves out of that 3 to 4 point range, where in heats through the rest of the round, or sorry, through the back half of men's main round 1 today, we did see a couple of the other Maldivian surfers finding themselves with those, you know, near excellent scores on the board. So we know that there's that potential, and they know the lineup well. We'll see if anyone's able to get themselves in position, though, as we see another great set rolling through, empty as ever.
Oh, yeah, welcome to the Roller Dome, ladies and gentlemen. Big waves just pummeling through the lineup there. As a surfer in blue there, doesn't like what he's got, so he wisely elects to just jettison, get out of there, tries to get himself back into the lineup. But yeah, as you say, you know, I've been doing this thing for nearly 35 odd years now, and to see the Japanese powerhouse, particularly in the last maybe, 5, 7 odd years, really step up to the gameplay and bring their A-grade game has just been such a pleasure to watch. And if you think the men's can do it, I'll tell you what, wait till you see what the women's are doing now. And in all of these divisions, it's been an exciting part for me to see the progression of this sport in not only the men's, but the women's division. So we're going to see some great surfing from the women's a little bit later on during the week. And look, I, for one, I'm excited. 1 minute to go by the look of this, and here we go. Surfer in green just sort of hooks that a little bit in the top 1/3 of the wave. There it is. He now wants to go up into the roof a little bit more. The judges will probably just penalise him a little bit on that first turn by not getting up into that 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock position. And yeah, the scores will reflect that. Welcome to everybody that's out there viewing on the web. Welcome to where the worlds have collided. The surfing worlds have collided. The Hadron Collider is alive and well. It has fired an atom, and it's hit right on Thulusdhoo Island here with the swell. And the count-in has gone, and the Japanese guy, I actually envy Kayla's job right now, because that's going to be so cool. That kid is going to be buzzing.
That is so true. Finishes off with a 10-point ride as the high mark and 8.67 as the backup, and drops a 7.5 and a 6.67 from the scoreboard. So an incredible performance from our Japanese competitor. And we'll go to a recap and a quick commercial break and bring back more action right after this, so stay tuned. Championships. It's been an exciting day of surfing so far. We're now into our men's main round 2, heat number 2. We've just seen a perfect 10 dropped through in the last heat from Iko Watanabe. We're going to get to check in with him on the beach with Kayla Moore shortly, but an incredible way for him to continue his role here at the Asian Surfing Championships. He'll be a front runner to take the lead away, no doubt. But in the water, we have 4 great competitors, 2 Japanese surfers, 1 Maldivian, and 1 from Indonesia. Ricky Sato of Japan, Abdullah Arif of the Maldives, Taro Taika from Japan, and Ajish Ali from from Indonesia. Shannon Hughes joined alongside Mark Cliff to call the action.
Thanks very much, Shannon, and what a blessing it is to be sitting here today and watching this. As we were saying, we were harping on about earlier, Shannon, round 2, everybody, you've got to stick around, you've got to watch this. The best surfers are about to come up in some prime surf, and bang, there goes a 10-point ride in the very first heat of those. So I happened to be standing in the judges' tower, Shannon, when that went down, and I was looking at Perry Hatchett, and we saw him come out of the tube. We saw him slam that first turn. We both looked at each other, and then he finished it, and I just went, there's only one number. And Perry's like walked past the whole paddle, and they'd all thrown 10s. So it was just incredible surfing. He's setting the bar super high now, and geez, Japan are here on force, and they're a real force to be reckoned with in this event.
That's right. As we were saying before, they were on a real tear the last time that this event ran, which was in China in 2019. As we take a look at some live action now, our surfer in blue setting himself up down the line. Abdullah, nice check to start, just has a little too much speed coming off the bottom. As we take a look behind our surfer in blue into green now, up and riding. Solid forehand performance on those last couple of turns to get his campaign underway for Taro Taika from Japan. So a couple scores to roll through from that first exchange.
And boy, oh boy, Taro did a really good job. That was a tough wave to ride from green, so I was mighty impressed with what Taro did, and also Abdullah. But I think more impressively, let's have a chat with Kayla Moore and the winner of the last heat right there, Iko Watanabe. So over to you, please, Kayla.
Hi guys, I'm here with Iko Watanabe from Team Japan. Iko, tell me about your 10-point ride out there.
Yeah, psychos. Yeah, psychos.
I'm just stoked.
Amazing. Well, I'm sure the stoke levels are super high. You got the first 10-point ride of the event. Tell us about your strategy going out into your heat.
10ポイント出すまでいい波に乗ることをまず戦略として、テントの前からいい波が来るとなおちゃんが言ってたんで、その通りにやったらベストな波が来ました。
So I was trying to be careful catching the right wave, and I had an advice from our coach saying if you catch a wave in front of the tent, then that would be a good one. So I was careful about it, and I think I got the right one.
Amazing. Well, it sounds like a really good strategy. It sounds like you followed your coach really well, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round. Thank you.
Okay, we're
Good
back
job.
live.
Yeah,
We just
thank
heard
you.
from
Thank you for
Iko
helping
Watanabe, ladies
translate.
and gentlemen.
Okay.
Remember that name, especially for the rest of this week. He is a big-time performer. The Japanese are charging onto the world scene, and believe me, they're a real force, ladies and gentlemen. I've been saying in the last couple of events, Shannon, that it won't be long before we have a Japanese surfer on tour full-time, because there's too many of them that are that good. Something's got to give, and I reckon Japan are coming. Watch out.
That is so true. Of course, we already have Kanoa Igarashi competing on that side of things. It's finished off in the top 5, but there's so many other great competitors that have been in that Olympic conversation as well. And now to see some of the next generation of surfers coming up through this Asian Surfing Championships. As we take a look at some live action here, our surfer in white finishing off on the inside. Red now up and riding out the back as well. Goes down on a very committed turn for the finish and can't quite find his way out of it. But we have got some scores on the board. We've got about 17 minutes remaining in this main round 2, heat number 2. Our surfer currently in the lead is that in the white jersey from Indonesian, Ajish Ali, with a 3.83 and a 5.17. Taro Taika in the green jersey for Team Japan, sitting with a 7.17 as his high score and the only score on the board for his name so far. Ricky Sato with a 6.17 on the board for our surfer in the red jersey, now with another score to drop, I believe. And our surfer from the Maldives, Abdullah Arif sitting with a couple of threes on the board for a 6-point total. So at the moment, it's Indonesia in the lead, but Team Japan with the 2 highest single scores on the board for putting themselves into a good advancing position.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to like about what's going on here. Ricky Sato, a high-speed attack on his last wave, the surfer in red. Taro teed off on a wave that was really hard to surf. What I'm seeing so far out of this heat, Shannon, is we've got a really well-balanced matchup going on here. Unlike that first heat where Iko just ran away with that thing, signing off with his 10. This heat, to me, looking like it's super competitive across all 4 surfers, are right in a similar vein of skill level. So I'm not sure which way this one's going to go. How long have we got to see how long this plays out? 15 odd minutes. But this is a real neck and neck duel here for those top 2 spots to see who can avoid the repechage round.
Now scores are in for last of Ricky Sato. A 4.17 takes him into that leading position over India's Ajish Ali. So India's Ajish with a 5.17 is his high score. Still has him sitting in a pretty good position. Looking to just increase on that and put a backup score to hopefully keep Taro out of the question. As we've got a surfer in green now, Taro up and riding for Japan, comes in deep behind the section to start things off with, gets a couple turns, kind of stuck there as that wave flattens out. Wave behind just kind of reeling off, but not finding a surfer on it. So positioning being super important, and it seems like through the end of the day here, the guys are pushing themselves a little far around the corner. What are your thoughts, Mark?
Well, this is what happened yesterday afternoon, Shannon. Whether it's just that tide or whether, you know, there's a lack of the big bombing sets that push wide now that are allowing people to get up there with no threat of getting cleaned up. So we did notice this happened yesterday afternoon, so I reckon this was expected as the swell is just losing a bit of oomph, and those major bomb sets are decreasing. People are taking the risk and going, right, let's just get up there now. They're all 4-man matchups, so, you know, the heat is on. You can't get third, you can't get fourth. You've got to shoot for a first or a second, and it's a quality field. So there's a bit of push and shove and some argy-bargy going on out there. Thank God we have the priority system because it keeps the play fair.
I was just thinking that same thing, how important priority comes into play in a competitive field, especially at a wave like this where, you know, the surfer with that inside position is going to be in that takeoff zone, whether they're too deep or not. You would hope that, you know, having priority means that it kind of evens out that playing field. It keeps everything fair, and it allows the surfers to not have to push each other so far up and around the point that they're out and surfing the left out here, which is a really hectic area. As we take a look at our surfer in blue now, so much speed driving down the line, unable to really make anything out of that for a score, but how good does it feel sometimes to just lock into that speed line?
Well, he was going a million miles an hour. He got one little mini move away, so it's going to be a low number. But once again, Shannon, this is what I was referring to just a moment ago. No one's running away with this heat. This heat is really well balanced. Wouldn't surprise me to see that they were all within maybe 2 points of each other from first to fourth, because no blockbuster numbers. We're threes, we're fours. I don't know whether we've gone into the 5-point range yet even. So this is going to be a real race to the finish line. He goes white now. So Ajish Ali out of India. That's a nice slash for the Indian. In the pocket again, a big slap. Something to finish off here would be really handy. He goes for the float. So a 3-turn combo in a relatively low-scoring heat. That's going to be a very useful wave, Shannon. Well done to Ajish right there. What are we at now? About halfway through the heat? Yep, just about exactly halfway through. So the back end of this, everybody, is going to be a real nail-biter for the crew in the relative camps. We have 3 of them, 2 Japanese surfers, a Maldivian and an Indian. They would all be pretty nervous about now because nobody's really stepped up. I imagine that last wave for White is probably going to be one of the best numbers so far. So where is White positioned at this stage? Third. All right, I reckon he moves up. I reckon he goes to first with his last wave. What did he need?
So our surfer in white is chasing a 5.18 to get himself into that advancing position because Taro has just taken the lead, a 3.43 for his last wave as Taro's now up and riding again. Connects with the lip for that first turn. Drives through that second one, but he'll go incomplete. Just pushes a little bit too hard. So he's currently sitting in that leading position though and is sitting on that highest single score of the heat with that 7.17. We can see surfers for the next heat getting ready to paddle out, and it's great with such a long paddle out. The judges have given them that extra few minutes, so 10 minutes from the sand here. They're allowed to paddle out with about 10 minutes remaining for the heat beforehand and to get themselves into the lineup with plenty of time to go.
Yeah, and even once you do get to the marker buoy out there, there's still a fair distance to cover to actually get onto the peak. So you probably want to get out there quick, smart, suck in some air, watch a couple of waves from side on, and get ready for the boost across at the end of the preceding heat. So Taro in the lead, is that correct, Green? Yep, Taro right there. I think we still might be waiting for Arjish's number to drop. Okay, so I think it's come in. It's a 5.33, so it puts him into second. So well done. He's now only 0.1 behind the leader, Taro. So he went pretty close to taking the lead. But in this sort of heat, you can check it out. There are 3 surfers sitting in the 10-point range. Super close. There's only 0.26, a quarter of a point separating first, second and third. And languishing a little bit at this stage in fourth is Abdullah. He needs a decent number to get back into the conversation. What does he need, Shannon?
Abdullah is chasing a 7.50 to get himself into that advancing position. Of course, top 2 surfers will be heading into main round 3. Bottom 2 surfers will have an opportunity to surf again in the rapid charge rounds, which is a great thing about the format this week. And the fact that we've got a 10-day window here at Cokes this week. No one else is even allowed to surf here. There's so many boats that are traveling around. There's a lot of, we've got actually friends that are in the Maldives right now on a boat trip, just happened to line up at the same time as this. They're not allowed to surf Cokes this week because this venue specifically is being reserved for the Asian Surfing Championships. Even if the event is not on, it's for the local surfers in the area as well as just the surfers that are here competing and for the officials. So they're getting plenty of time as we see an insane barrel from our surfer in red for Ricky. Drives through that first turn after coming out of the pocket. Sets himself up here now on the inside section as he ducks behind the trees in our view, and he'll kick out clean. Surfer in white up and riding now. Commits to that barrel section as well, but cannot come out clean for Ajish. Love seeing that he is absolutely charging out there and looking to keep himself in an advancing position. But that last score for Ricky is going to change things up.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be Japan 1-2 after that locks in. That was an insane tube ride by Ricky Sato. Finished off with some tidy rail work as well. So really, really impressive ride. I'm tipping it's going to be the best wave of the heat substantially. So we'll potentially go all the way to first. He's currently sitting in third place, but not by much. So for sure he's going to go into the lead here. That was a really strong answer back right when he was being asked the question. You're in third, you know, pressure ticking away, and he got himself a bomb, Shannon, and that tube ride was just to die for. Quality rail work, big number coming. You watch this.
So scores to drop for last of red. He's currently sitting in third place, chasing a 4.33. He's going to get a score that's well and truly higher than a 4.33, that's for sure. So we're just waiting for that to come in from the judges. We have already seen multiple excellent scores being thrown down. We've seen a couple of 8s. We've seen a 10-point ride today. And then we've seen those scores in the 6 to 7-point range. A lot of that coming off the strength of combination surfing for both getting a barrel as well as a solid finishing section with a turn or 2 connected together. But we've also seen some of those scores in the 7-point range going just off of really good rail work. Great turns, connected in the pocket, committed, and in that you know, that degree of difficulty being high. So there's been a great change up of variety from the surfers so far. And we got that score just dropping in, Mark. It's a 7.5 for Ricky, so it doesn't go into that excellent range. But like you said, it is the single highest score of the heat so far, the 7.17 of Taro, his teammate for Japan, falling through just behind. So Ricky Sato now in the lead, Taro Taika in that second place position, and Team Japan currently sitting with those 2 advancing spots heading into the main round 3.
Yeah, so a little bit of pressure and something to think about now for the Indian Arjish and also Abdullah Ari from the Maldives. The Japanese boys have stepped up right when things were neck and neck and looking pretty like sticky situation out there. They've really separated themselves now. The cream's really rising to the top here. I'm loving the way the Japanese surfers compete. They always seem composed, Shannon. They've got these really neat, tidy styles. They seem unflustered. And that's across all of them. It's not just one or two that surf like that. They have this mould where they come out and they just get it done, and they look so good when they're doing it. So whatever's going on in Team Japan and the Japanese Federation, they're doing it really well.
Well, I think that the work that's been going in behind Team Japan now in the lead up towards the Tokyo 2020 Olympics has been monumental in Japanese surfing across the, maybe those that haven't been right there in that top contending conversation, but those that are that next generation up and coming. From say 2018, the amount that was being poured into that team is really significant, and now it's paying off. 4, 5, 6 years later down the line, we're seeing the next generation of Japanese surfers being at the absolute best in the world. Their technique is absolutely perfect, and their heat strategy as well. So their free surfing is there, but they're able to apply it in a heat situation. Unlike a lot of other nations on a collective, we're seeing a similar movement coming out of the Australians, where of course they've been one of the powerhouse nations for surfing for a long time. But in the last 10 years, you haven't seen a lot of world titles aside from Stephanie Gilmore on the women's side. But you're now starting to see this resurgence in the last couple of seasons where it's a lot of the Australian crew that are getting those qualification opportunities and really stepping up as a team environment behind the scenes, because you have Surfing Australia that's pouring so deeply in behind the scenes for those development levels. And I believe it's the same thing that's coming through in Japan that's really showing the strength of the Japanese contingency overall, is that energy, those financial opportunities, those training opportunities into that next generation, that development generation of Japanese surfers, is seeing them getting wins in huge QSs. I mean, we saw Anand take a win at Krui, the QS 5000 that you were there a part of, and we're now seeing them as really the front runners of this event this week.
Well, I imagine with the amount of surfers in Japan, Shannon, and the depth on offer and that those that are at the top and getting the money thrown at them are definitely taking advantage of it, and they have to, or they'll be easily replaced with somebody else that wants a big piece of it. So they're picking up the ball and really running with it. They, to me, look like they're really good listeners, highly coachable, taking it all on board. You see them at events and they'll sit there and study heats, even if they're not in them or they've been eliminated. They tend to stick around and just observe and learn and not waste that opportunity of being in a location and going home if they dip out. They're kind of soaking it all in and putting it all in the armory to make them better next time around. And, I've said this so many times that they're really coming hard at the world, and I think the world's got to stand up and take notice, because we've said this too many times for it to be fake. This is real news.
So true. As we take a look now at our surfer in blue, up and riding on his backhand, Abdullah, local, Maldivian, flying down the line, looking for a big turn. Nice slash, drifts the tail around, but can't hold on to that composure, unfortunately, and he goes down. You can also get that sense now, Mark, that from a competitive side, the questions are starting to be asked within his mind. There's only 3 minutes to go. That pressure's really mounting, and these are the moments where it's important to stay sharp and really make sure that wave selection is good as well. As we take a look at some live action here from Ricky Sato in the red jersey, current heat leader out in the water, putting that commitment onto a shallow finish. Can't quite find the end section to ride out of, but he has done well to back himself up and to be holding down the highest single wave of the heat with that 7.5. Now we do have a 5.33 that dropped in for Ajish Ali from India that has him sitting in third place position. And when we take a look at those heat totals, though, it hairs between Taro and Ajish at the moment. Taro from Japan sitting in second with a 10.60 and Ajish with just a 10.50, but his actual requirement to take that advancing position being in the mid-5s.
Yeah, well, look, you'd have to be inspired if you're sitting in Team Japan and your number one surfer's gone out, thrown down a 10 and gone, boys, this is how it's done, follow suit. They seem to be doing that. We have another Japanese surfer coming up in Heat 4, and then that'll be the end of their campaign for the day. So I think Iko Watanabe really set things alight for the Japanese campaigners that all sat there and watched that wave and went, righto, he's our man, we're going to just follow suit. He goes white now, so talking about Ajish having to answer back. He's kind of getting the job done and doing some nice moves. He's just not quite as brutal on his attack as the high-speed rail work of the Japanese surfers. So Ajish has got a big effort ahead of him to avoid the repechage round. And look, it's no disgrace if you don't get through this heat, because the surfing that's been done out of both red and green is pretty amazing. And here goes Abdullah. You were saying before, he's definitely feeling a bit of pressure now because he's pushing hard and it's sort of drawing a few errors.
So getting some work done on the outside section, and he is able to find that finish as well. So holds on to it as we're calling him out on the pressure. He's rising to the occasion. Can hear the cheers coming in from his team, but the requirement is large now. It's a 7.60 on Abdullah, as he just unfortunately wasn't able to capitalize on anything higher than a 3 at that stage. So this will chip away at that requirement, but it's not going to get him into that 7.60. being what would need to be the highest actual wave of the heat to get him that requirement to advance. And we have a solid size set that is starting to roll through here into Cokes, named after the Coca-Cola factory here on Thulusdhoo Island in the Maldives. And it has been an incredible place to be able to just witness some great surfing action throughout this week, as well as get to mind surf some of the best waves in the world.
Oh, not just here as well, looking across the bay, what's been going on the last couple of days at this break called Chickens, everybody, is, it had shades of cloud break going on over there yesterday. It was really, really good. So Heat 2 is just about done and dusted. Congratulations to both the Japanese surfers. So Ricky on top, is that correct? Yep, so red first, green second, white's going to finish third, and blue may still have a score to come, but he's probably going to end up in 4th position. Okay, so we're just going to go and hold. We're just going on a quick break, and we'll be back shortly with all the action from Heat 3. Is Ramesh Budihal. In the blue is a Maldivian surfer, Ismail Miglal. In the green, Shivaraj Babu and Sanjay Salvamani in the white. So some tongue twisters going on, Mel, here. It's really going to test our vocabulary. We're going to get it wrong heaps of times, so we'll try and shorten them to first names from here on in, because it's pretty tricky. You enjoy your day, Bell?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, yeah, look, a lot of homage. Apologies in advance, guys. We're going to try as best we can. If at any time we don't do such a good job, come and tap me on the shoulder. Say, listen, Uncle Mel, this is how it rolls off the tongue. And, yeah, I'll try and help from this end here. But meanwhile, look, let's go. There it is. There's a block of flats just coming around the corner of the reef there. Everybody looks like they are out of position for that one there. But quality wave there. Lots of sort of wall to be able to build a score on, and that one manages to get the pack out of position. So with the afternoon going on, the tide coming in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen out there in Web World, you're going to see these colours start paddling up the point a little bit more, and they're going to be looking for those sort of longer runners that actually hug the reef. So a interesting afternoon, probably going to go around about 5:15 odd local time here with the heats that are left remaining. So there's so much surfing action still left to go for the rest of the day. So look, if you're at home and kicking back, I know in my part of the world, in the southwestern part of Western Australia, it's probably just after dinner time there. So get the fire going at home, sit on the couch and check out the action here because, mate, it's been an incredible day. There's been some highlight surfing and tell me, where else right now would you rather be?
Well, you're correct, Mel. I mean, everything works better when you're warm, and the sunny side of life in the Maldives, that's their motto. Surfing in board shorts, there's nothing better, and we've been spoilt. And one of our work days is looking pretty good, especially when you have half of it off with the 11:30 call. Suits right into my sort of work schedule. So loving the fact that we got the call up here, Mel. Another big old set, stretching out the back, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of wall involved, but Ramesh likes what he sees down the line. So the Indian surfer now going really fast. He's going to have to get a move on. Coming from way downtown, that section is so hard to make. It's almost the better tubes and the more makeable tubes happen in the first half of the wave, Mel. That back end half, good luck finding an exit once you're racing down towards that end section. It just tends to get away from you. But Ramesh is often racing, so 3 Indian surfers in this one, Mel, up against the Maldivian.
And look, mate, haven't they been a highlight for us since we've arrived at Thulusdhoo Island here? Day one, saw those guys turn up and I was going, wonder what these guys are going to pack. Now, we know India is a proud nation. It's a massive nation with a lot of people. It's around about 700, 800 k's north of here, so it's pretty well much the next door neighbour in this part of the world. But they like to dominate in the sporting world, the Indians. That is really part of their shtick. And I really wasn't, thinking that they're going to bring their A-grade game. And my, oh my, they certainly have. So lots of time to go between now and then. Day one, we know who that was all about. But look, I'm loving the Indian act as well. And who knows, who are we going to uncover as the week unfolds?
Well, you can't go past Iko Watanabe at this stage, mate. From the first heat yesterday, what he put together and backed it up today with a 10 and a 7.50, my goodness. Meanwhile, White slapping away hard out the back. It is Sanjay, another Indian surfer. So tags it one more time, rides out, trying to convince the judges he made it. I'm not sure he got far enough in front of the foam to credit the last manoeuvre. But that was Sanjay Salvamani in the white. Either way, we're watching Heat 3, everybody. Coming up in future heats, the last 3 heats after this one, we have a Japanese surfer. Maldives will be represented again in all the upcoming heats. Sri Lankan, we've got an Afghani surfer. Chinese Taipei, we'll get a look at it. Another Sri Lankan surfer as well. Bangladesh surfer, a Singapore surfer, Mal, it's all going on, and a Chinese surfer coming up as well. What a full blend.
Yeah, no, I'm liking the mixed bag in that one, with all nations sort of coming here in that part of the second round. So, yeah, there's a lot of fans out there in Web World checking it out. I saw the live chat on YouTube, so that's starting to look pretty damn decent there. And, yeah, everyone from different countries are checking in to see how their surfers are going. The Asian Surfing Federation has done an amazing job here to be able to get this event in a quality wave. And I know we've been harping on about it, but the truth is the truth. The Maldivians have really gone outside of the ordinary here to provide this venue. And, Che and the rest of the team, you guys absolutely rock. We are so impressed about it. And, look, I just hope one day that one of these Maldivian guys might even come to Margaret River one year. And I'd actually really like to make them feel welcome.
Well, so would I. We've got to remember they have to put a wetsuit on. That's the hard bit. That's kind of what gets the Indonesians as well to travel and put, get in some rubber and actually try and do it in some different sort of waves, some deep water waves that kind of have a bit of burger and a bit of wonk on them quite often is tricky especially when you, like I've said to my little buddy Rajo Barrel out of Lakey Peak, when you start at the top, everything else is difficult.
Yeah, no, 100%. And, yeah, but look, the offer is genuine, you guys, and I'm really stoked to be part of this whole show. And I'm just sort of circling back a little bit. I really like the way that the Indian team has adapted to the wave and the local conditions, and that's a credit to their coach. I remember first afternoon, they were pretty well much on the island about the same time as us, and now their act is actually like they've got this lineup worked out how to connect the dots on the way here. And yeah, kudos there to the coach of Team India, and kudos to the boys from India. Let's have a look. Up and riding here. Surfer in red. Red, Ramesh, searching, searing, top turn there. He's just got to negotiate the fog monster there, or the whitewater monster there as well, and he just gets gobbled up on that little bit of a tail drop re-entry on that thing there. So really wasn't sort of going to excite the scoreboard too much, or the judges too much on that one. And look out the back, Mark, what's going to go down here? Tube time, little bit of a shampoo.
Well, just a bit of a late read on that section there for our surfer in green. So that is Sivaraj Babu. Had a nice looking wave, just couldn't capitalise on the better sections. Got a little bit behind the 8 ball off the takeoff, and if you're not in sync, this wave can let you down big time. So it takes a lot of your waterman skills, Mel, to get a wave out there and pick the right one, and then, you know, turn in the right sections just to keep up with the pace of this thing. All right, so it is a tricky wave, Mel, and just surfing it over the last sort of 4 or 5 days myself, there's sometimes you can be paddling for a wave and almost on a wave and have these ridges just appear as you're about to jump to your feet, and you think you've got a clean one, next minute you haven't. So it's a tricky setup out there.
Spot on. Not often wrong you are, mate, and yeah, that's exactly right. Just circling back a bit, waterman skills. That's one that I've been missing out on is Jed Mattinson out there on the ski. We've got one of the best, and you know, we've got Water Patrol Australia here doing the prowling, looking after all the competitors. But everyone tells me, what's with this movie star that you've got on the jet ski out there? Okay, so it looks like we'll elaborate on that a little bit. We're going to throw over to Kayla there. She's got an interview for you, and we'll catch up with you on the other side of that.
Hi guys, we're here with Ricky Sato, winner of the last heat from Team Japan. Ricky, tell me what was going through your head in the water out there.
今のヒートで何を考えてヒートに臨みましたか。ヒートの中で水の中で何を考えてましたか。
そうですね。まあ昨日思うような波が乗れなくて、まあちょっと苦戦してたので、まあ今日もできるだけいい波を乗ることを考えてました。
Yesterday's heat, I was not able to catch as the wave that I was thinking about. So I wanted to. So I was just thinking about to catch the best wave that I could today.
Amazing. Well, you definitely caught really good waves, and Team Japan has been looking really strong in this competition. What has your team been doing in preparation for this event?
日本チームすごく今頑張っていい感じで来てると思うんですけど、どのようにチームこれみんなで準備してきましたか。
そうですね。まあ日頃から仲いいみんななんで、それで団結力が生まれてんじゃないかなって思います。
Usually we are very team. We have a good relationship from the daily surf. So we have a priority that makes our team strong. That team tight, very strong.
Amazing. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round. Thank you.
Alrighty, thanks there, Kayla. And yeah, welcome back to the main commentary area here at the front. And just in that one, we just saw an incredible attempt at making arguably the longest ridden in tube, the tube that we've seen this afternoon, Mark. And it just failed. He only needed one more pump and maybe just a little bit more of an opening there on the eye to be able to pop out of that. So that would have either gone in the excellent range, and instead it just scored a minor score. Major kudos to the Indian surfer there. That's about as close as you get without making a ride.
Yeah, well, look, it's enough to get him into the lead, Mel. So happy days for Ramesh Budihal from the Indian surfer in red. It's very close, though, 0.2 separating him from his fellow countryman Sivaraj Babu Indian in white is in third, and the Maldivian surfer Ismail Miglal with a little bit of work to do, needing only a 3.77 to drag himself off the bottom of the heap into a qualifying second spot. Got 12.5 minutes, so half the heat to work on it. But yeah, that's a pity. That's the way it goes in surf comps, Mel. There's a big difference, a minor, sometimes 1 metre, sometimes 1 foot or less, and the difference between a 1 and a 10. If you don't come out of a tube, you get 0 credit for it. And that was a really good case in point there for Ramesh. He had the crowd buzzing. Everyone was all over it. And it was so close to making that thing. Bummer. Meanwhile, having a big dig is our surfer in green. So this is the surfer who is in second. Needs a mid-range 2 for the lead, so he's probably got that. I'd say he has. Liking this wave, Mel?
I'm sort of starting to think a little bit below average on that. What does he want to...
Look, he only needs a 2.58, so he's got that.
He's got that. So whether or not he builds any real estate between him and the other surfer, that's really going to be it. But the judges are really experts at what they do. They look at waves, they dissect waves, and they really only want to give the scores for the best scores. So if we just go back a little bit, the criteria says speed, power and flow. In that instance there then, the surfer was sort of properly jagging the turn.
Looked a bit forced.
Yes, a little forced, a little bit. And when I race motorbikes, there's a motto there and it's called smooth is fast. So when you're sort of just a little bit, there's not quite as fast. So a little bit hung up in those turns for me. Didn't really light me up so much, but nonetheless, probably a good score.
Yeah,
average score.
Yep, for sure. Look, it's going to get him into the lead by a little bit. Still not convincing. Nobody's really stepping up here in this heat. There's a huge wave out the back rolling through. Red's in the box seat here. We've got to think back to his last tube effort. Has he learned from this? Screaming down the line. He's back in the pit. That's a good spot to be. Get out of this thing. And once again, denied Mel, but he's going for a big time. I'm loving his act.
Oh, 100%. That's exactly what we want to see. The purists in surfing want to see guys not straighten out on stuff like that. I even thought that he'd almost got that timing perfectly there where he'd sort of gone the crouching tiger in the bottom turn to be able to get himself to then get in the cave under the hood, and then the speed pump then set him on a course towards the end. Unfortunately for him, the wave just didn't quite play the role that it was needed. And
same result as last wave for him, which is a pity.
Yep, major cred though.
But look, he keeps up that act. He's got 9.5 minutes. He keeps up that act. Sooner or later, it's going to pay dividends, Mel. He's going to make one of these things in the next 9 minutes, I reckon.
No, I'm really liking the savvy on that, and yeah, a lot to be said for trying to bust down the door.
Yep, he's doing a great job. So the Indians are in first, second and third at this stage. And Ismail Miglal, the Maldivian surfer, needs only a 3.77, but we're still waiting on a number for Red. I think we might be waiting on a number for white or green as well that rode that wave before we were talking about with multiple moves. I think it was white. Anyway, the next heat is getting their act together. We can see another Maldivian surfer. It is the tube rider from hell yesterday, mate. Hood Ahmed in the blue rash vest getting ready and paddling out right in front of us, representing the Maldives team. He'll be up against a Japanese surfer. Better take my sunnies off to read these names. Let's have a look. All right. Kaisi Adachi will be the Japanese surfer. The Sri Lankan surfer, there's a whole lot of tongue twisting going on there, Mel. Lakshita. Mad Shushan. I've just scorched that all over the place. Sorry, but the Sri Lankan surfer is in green. And Amu Afridun is our surfer out of Afghanistan in white.
There's a saying in rugby league football, selling someone the dump.
I wish I had looked at that before I started calling out those names.
You could have done that to me.
I could have handed it to you.
Exactly. No, I've got to say, thanks very much for saving me on that one there. But that was a noble effort. I've got to give credit where credit's due. But anyway, I was going to go back to, I'm liking the way that our Maldivians are taking the grommets out with them as caddies. And to me, that's probably something that's pretty cool about this little island place, is that they really do want to see a positive legacy, and we actually want to see a positive legacy left behind when we leave for the Groms. So good to see the Groms being brought into the fold. I know we used to do it in Margaret River until the shark mitigation policy shut that thing down, but they're doing it here on the islands, and I think it's a really healthy part of the sport.
Well, you know, the juniors will be getting a surf out here at some point, so to sit on the sidelines and caddy and watch from side on, you're going to learn a fair bit more than sitting here on the beach just playing around and watching it comfy from our perspective. So the side-on view is the best seat in the house, apart from being the rider. So the boys that are actually caddying, good idea. Get out there, do a bit of homework and get ready for when the junior boys do bounce down, which I reckon could either be tomorrow or the next day, Mel. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking that possibly the swell, it's intriguing. You know, in our town, the swells come and go really quickly. And here they just seem to have hung around a little bit. So I guess the fact that we're close to the equator and that these swells have sort of not got much to stop them from hitting this part of the coastline means they're hanging around a fair bit too. So good question. Roll the dice. Leave that up to far wiser heads than me. But either way, make sure you tune in on the webcast, because the action's going to be much, much better as the next couple of days unfold.
Frothing grommets, mate. They've been out there every time I've sort of had a free surf, and out they come, and they're not scared to get on the inside and have a good crack at a set wave, or, you know, get their wave count up and really try and really invest themselves in this event, because how often would an event of this magnitude come to the Maldives? It's pretty rare.
No, that's exactly right. And yeah, as we keep harping on about, well done to the Asian Surfing Federation, everybody that's involved with that, and big shout out, kudos to, in fact, the Maldivian government for getting behind the event as well. And I believe the Vice President of the Maldivian government's son actually surfed. So there's actually probably a little bit of contact there, and well done.
So this heat here, Mel, not a lot of highlights when you look at the scoreboard and what's gone on. The best number is only a 3-1. So Ramesh has got a very dodgy lead here. He's trying to improve on a 2.23 is his backup number. Sivaraj Babu needs just shy of 3 points to win the heat. How's this? A 0.94 needed by White. You know, he's got to catch a wave, basically, to move into second. And still languishing quite a while in fourth, the Maldivian surfer has been chasing only a 3.77 for quite a while to get out of fourth into second. So it's kind of wide open. There's not long now remaining. I imagine the yellow flag is up. There it is. Sub 5 minutes. Real nail-biting finish ahead.
And yeah, there's sometimes I actually don't even mind the log jam heat, because it just puts an element of excitement in the last few remaining minutes. It's sort of almost, well, it's now anybody's game. That surfer that's hungry, he wants it, he's got priority at the right time, it puts a bit of scoreboard pressure on him. And I love to see sometimes how the surfers respond to that scoreboard pressure. Is your cup half full? Is your cup half empty? And we're going to see.
Well, the requirements are so low, anything could happen here. This could totally turn around. All positions are up for grabs. They'd all be feeling really insecure about their performances and about, you know, advancing into a top 2 position. Nervous 4 minutes. They're all pushing hard. He goes red, so Ramesh, he's only trying to improve on a 2-something. Throws it up there, one good hit. He needs something else out of this wave. He's not going to get it. So he's left the door open here, Mel, with 3.5 minutes to go. A dodgy lead, a slender lead over his 3 teammates that are breathing down his neck. And the Maldivian surfer in fourth, needing a 3.77.
Yeah, well, the body language in red said it all as he kicked out of that. He just knew that, yeah, he hadn't probably picked the best wave. First turn was tidy, you know, I didn't mind that, but everything all went awry with the wave then peeling off down the line after that.
He probably had a little bit more time than he thought to be a bit more selective.
I reckon you're spot on there with that.
Probably just the time call and the moments starting, you know. It's easy to, you know, inexperience in a rash fest, Mel, you can see it when it's happening, because there's a lot to be learned. It's pretty hard to stay cool under pressure, and it takes experience. And if you haven't got it, or you're a little short of that, you can be exposed in the pressure moments for sure.
Meanwhile, here we go, out the back. Looking, searching. Really sort of getting a little bit downtown on this wave, and wisely elects to get out of there. So
Sanji, same. Just,
opportunity lost, mate.
Yeah, just, when you need low numbers, you just need to string together, say, 2 moves. That wave was just way too fast and got nothing happening.
No, wise words there, well said.
Blue now. So this is the Maldivian surfer. He needs a 377. Starting off pretty well here, Mel. Needs to land this. Could get there.
I reckon he's close.
Get there.
This is one of those ones that I reckon you're either just on or you're just over. The thing for me was the second turn. He really hit that hard and just got a little bit of float, magic carpet air time on that then I actually thought he was going to poke the nose and crash that thing, but dug it out.
That requirement went into a 408 needed before he stood up. So it's, if we were saying it's right there, it's probably negotiable at this stage.
Yes.
So Ismail Miglal is owed a number. There's 90 seconds to go. Sanjay in the white moved into the lead.
Yes.
All right, he's about a quarter of a point ahead of his teammate Sivaraj. Ramesh, who was leading for most of the heat, is now in third, the surfer in red.
Oh, no.
And Ismail has a number to come. He's hoping the judges like that 2-turn combo. He needs a 408 to dodge the repo round. We are just about at 1 minute remaining now, so...
Oh, I'm sighted. I reckon the number is going to be dead set a chance. This is one of those ones.
Photo finish.
Oh, it is a photo finish. Help.
Red's having a sniff out the back. Ramesh doesn't like it. He's in third.
Yep.
What does he need? He needs a 435, Mel.
Right, he's on his way. First turn's clean. Second turn there. Oh, no, just gets caught behind. I can't see it.
It can happen so easy.
Yeah, mate.
All right, more waves approaching. What are we at? 35 seconds.
Hearing you.
Not sure who has priority, but everyone could do with a wave right about now. This is a good-looking wave, too. It's got that slow taper.
All right, Huey's coming to the party. Over to you, mate.
Green, Sivaraj Babu. He's in, let's have a look. He's in second. Could go to the lead here. That's a couple of decent turns. A little bit of a mini wiggle. He's eyeballing the end section here. Goes a little bit crazy. Here goes White Mal.
All right, here we go. White's deep and deep. At this point, no major turns. There it is. One manoeuvre wave and gets oh, no, nearly rode out, but comes unstuck. Well, here we go.
Well, we're owed a lot of numbers, Mel. I'm not sure who gets through this because...
Oh, no. Here we go.
Ramesh did some surfing. He needed a 435. Sivaraj got a wave. Sanjay. Everyone is owed a score pretty much.
Oh, wow. Wise heads need to prevail up in that judging tower at the moment, Mark. And I'm pretty sure Perry Hatchett's going to have a really close look at all of this before he's going to allow that thing to finally sort itself out.
Yeah, so I imagine Heat 4 will be on standby for quite a while. So we're just waiting to see what happens with these numbers. We'll hold with this heat just for the time being.
Exactly.
Got to try and work out exactly who advances.
This is, for the viewers at home, this is one of the hardest things that judges have to do is when there's a combination of rides going down, they've really got to watch all the surfing because the golden rule when you're a judge is if you haven't seen the wave, you do not score it. And hence the reason why you have a head judge. The head judge will help you by giving you an average on those rides. So we're going to...
Well, I'm going to boost out of here, Mel. We're going to go on a short break. We'll come back with that result and Shannon Hughes in a moment. Everybody will be back shortly with Heat 4.
Well done. Alrighty, here we go. Say goodbye to Mark, and it's my immense pleasure to invite Shannon Hughes back into the booth to have a chat with us. Shannon, what happened in that last heat for the benefit of all the viewers at home? It was a close one, eh?
It was a close one. We had some great surfing across the board. India taking out that first place position from Sivaraj Babu, and in second it was the local Maldivian in Ismail Miglal. Unfortunately, two other Indian surfers in Sanjay and Ramesh will be falling out, but they've got that repecharge round, so later this week we're going to see them in the water once again.
Yeah, it's such a good format, isn't it? And particularly for a competition of nations. I like the repecharge rounds. I like that sort of thing that, yeah, you know, you've come all this way. You proudly want to represent your country. You want to see yourself and your country's flag up there on the winner's dais. So it's sort of, for me, a real fair type of format, doing it that way. And, yeah, I don't know. I, for one, am loving the show.
It's been an exciting day of surfing so far. Day 2 of competition here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. The surf at Cokes has been all time for our first couple of days. We know that that forecast is going to change a little bit. We've got that swell tapering off. It's smaller today than what we had yesterday, and we know it's going to continue to get smaller and smaller to possibly flat coming later this week. Maybe on Thursday we could be looking at a full lay day because it may not be surfable. But it's nice to see that, you know, we're getting to see some really exciting surfing right now. A lot of waves of consequence, a lot of that critical nature, which is what this wave has on offer for the most part. But knowing that we've got those smaller conditions coming up through the rest of the waiting period, we could see some really fun, maybe more contestable conditions for the remaining of the event, and that's going to be an exciting thing to be able to witness.
Yeah, well, my commentary cup is half full. I'm actually liking the next 48 hours with the tide's probably going to play a little bit better role for us, so we might get a little bit earlier starts, and that might mean we might be able to belt out a few more heats daily, and I think that's, well, looking like it just might linger. Boy, oh boy, if it does, I reckon we could be in for a really, really cool show.
Yeah, it's been great to be able to kind of, you know, learn more about how these breaks work the best here in the Maldives, because those tide swings can be large, and the changing of the tide means that there's a lot of current to deal with. Any of those draining tides where the tide's going from high into low means that the current out in the lineup is really challenging to deal with, and that's at any breaks around the Maldives. All the different atolls, the different waves that you may have heard of as being some of the world's best will experience that. We're on that pushing tide. It really helps the whole current system to kind of just mellow out. It helps the ocean to just kind of like mellow out as that tide pushes through the afternoons, or sorry, pushes through to high. Now, at the moment, we've been seeing that high tide through the afternoons, which is why we haven't been running early in the morning. Although there's waves, there's so much more that comes into play with the quality of those waves because those tides have been low in the mornings. But we're going to see that change as that midday low tide is going to just kind of shift. We're looking at some live action now with our surfer in red, flying down the line, hooks it up into the lip, and he'll go down for his first turn, unfortunately, unable to hold on to it. And our surfer in green now up and riding. So red before was Kaise, and green up and riding now from Sri Lanka. Nice couple of turns on his backhand. Just comes unstuck on the finish for Matsuchan on his last wave.
You know, you raise a good point there. I like the fact that the organisers managed to get the alpha males out there, and it's a really exciting part of the event to get the big boys out there today and yesterday with the swell conditions as they are. And I guess that's so motivating to their other team members now, and to be able to see the women's and the juniors come up here and be able to compete in what we would think is going to be pretty good conditions for them means I think the performance bar has been lifted.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And of course, there are plenty of women and, you know, surfers in the junior categories that have the ability to really take this on kind of at the top of their performance levels. But there are some other surfers that are newer to competition that they're literally competing for the first time ever this week here at the Asian Surfing Championships. They don't have that background, and maybe the waves at home, they're not used to surfing, you know, more open ocean reef breaks where there's a lot of water moving, something that feels a little bit more like Hawaiian style surfing, although the power doesn't quite match what we see in Hawaii for what we're getting here in the Maldives. But there's a lot of differences here for surfers that haven't had an opportunity to surf waves of this quality before. And so it'll be great to see those conditions kind of tapering off, small, you know, getting a little bit smaller. knowing that some of those other surfers that are going to be coming up in the other divisions, as well as some of the surfers in this men's division, that'll be a little bit more stoked to be surfing waves that have a little bit more fun available for them instead of having to just charge on some of these bigger sets.
Oh, 100% correct. And then meanwhile, out the back, probably a little bit late downtown, but just comes around this section now, looking for a major turn there. And then I guess that's what I should do, is explain to people in Wetworld what the judges deem a major turn. I will after this ride. Blue, meanwhile, just a little bit late downtown. This is our surfer from the Maldives. That's Hood Ahmed, and he's now getting to work. Real tradesman-like performance here on this wave. Hood Ahmed, we know his tube riding is incredible, but that wave there, he's built a score with that, Shannon.
Yeah, that was solid. Now, in his heat earlier today, he was in our 4th heat of the round today, and he scored a 7.5, so he's already, you know, gotten close to that excellent range. As we take a look now at some live action from our surfer from Sri Lanka in the green, great backhand attack, powerful and in the pocket.
Well, I tell you what, I was watching that ride then, and that first turn wasn't that bad at all, and in fact the second turn was pretty good, so this is going to be a useful score for our surfer from Sri Lanka. Really looking a little bit like the Predator there with those black locks just flying, and has a really, really good base of support with his stance. Very strong throughout the 180-degree turn. And I segue to my previous point. Judges are looking for manoeuvres, and any manoeuvre on a wave that is a direction change on the surfboard that's greater than 180 degrees designates a manoeuvre. Now, there are generic manoeuvres, i.e. tube rides, i.e. cutbacks, i.e. snaps. There's a multitude. And then the judges will then determine how was that manoeuvre completed with degree of difficulty. Then getting into a point range between 0 and 10, 10 being perfect, 5 being average, and then each surfer is scored on their best 2 rides. So you get a possible total out of 20 by, they don't count manoeuvres anymore. They look at the quality of those manoeuvres and the degree of difficulty of those manoeuvres, and as long as those manoeuvres are done with speed, power and flow, Shannon, you'll tick boxes and you'll get big scores.
Yeah, that's right. The kind of all-encompassing word, speed, power, flow for the judging criteria. Important to keep note of as we take a look at our surfer in red. Speed hits that first section, but has a little too much and can't quite hang on to the coping on the finish. Got another set starting to roll through just behind, and it's going to be our surfer in white. Now setting himself up on this first couple of turns, and he'll go down hard after that opening section for Afri Amu, who is also serving on the Asian Surfing Federation. So he's been behind the scenes working to get things rolling, and it's been exciting to see him out in the water as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Shannon. Now, look, we're going to throw to Kayla there with a athlete interview. Over to you, Kayla.
We are here with Team India's Sivaraj Babu, who just surfed in the last heat and won. How was it growing up in your country of India, learning to surf and being able to move your way up in the rankings and represent your country in this competition?
It's pretty good to hear. It's my first time. I've been surfing like since 10 years. And yeah, India is growing country in surfing, and kids are really started and growing really well, and super happy to part of the surfing and represent my country.
Amazing. And what is it like with competing there? Are there a lot of competitions? What helps you to get into the competitive mindset for an event such as the Asian Surfing Championships?
Since I starting, there is no coach. I surf by myself, watching videos on YouTube and stuff like that. And recently this year, I got a coach from my town who come from France and who living in Pondicherry, and I got to learn from him, and it's been pretty well. And this year it's gonna be QS 3000 happening in my hometown. It's first time, and looking forward to compete in my hometown.
That is super exciting, and it's really important to have a good coach. I know all of that all too well. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Tell me who you are, what are your things that you like to do outside of surfing in India?
Hi, I'm Siraj. I'm 20 years old from India,
and I'm a fisherman family all on the coastal line of East Coast, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's super happy to represent here in my first time, and yeah, thank you for the opportunity and thank you for supporting me to be here. And very happy.
Awesome. Well, I'm definitely a big fan of yours, and I can't wait to see you move on to the next round. Good luck in your next heat.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kayla, and welcome back to the action. We've only got 12 minutes left remaining in main round 2, heat number 4. And the current situation in the water leaves us with our Sri Lankan in the lead. A 5-point ride for his second wave has him sitting with one of the higher waves of the heat so far, a 3.67 as his backup score. As we take a look at some live action here with Kaisei.
Oh, here we go. Kaisei in the red, streaking down the line. Yeah, hammers that thing. Here we go, and then gets the fins free. Nice little fin ditch there from Kai, and unable to just like sit on the back of the monoshock and land that front fork. Wow.
So close to finishing off that last turn. That was fully friends free, as you said. Afridun Amu now up and riding for Team Afghanistan, but he was way late to the party.
He certainly was. He was way downtown on that thing trying to hail that bus. It left him for good. Well, how's that one?
Afri's going to take this wave on the head as well. So that's a challenging position to be in as a competitor in the water. You're looking for scores to take those advancing positions. He's sitting in third at the moment, chasing a 4.81 behind Hood Ahmad from the Maldives, who has a 5.17 as his high score, our surfer in blue. He doesn't have a backup score, though, just a 1.43 on the board at the moment. So any score that drops through, of course, we have got one more to come for him, is going to help improve his situation against those third and fourth place surfers and really greatly increase their requirements, as neither of them have been able to break out of the 1-point range.
Wow. Credit to Amu from Afghanistan. My favourite description at surfing events, he was underwater wrestling with the Samoan front row rugby union team just then, and look at him. He's back up and he's out and he's on his way out the back. So, yeah, that's one of those things in surfing, you know, you're underwater, you're getting shaken around. Sometimes you don't even know what way's up, what way's down. And it really is a brave sport sometimes, you know. You just sort of sit there and you think, oh, no. But our Afghani surfer, Amu there, he's just come out of there and says, shaking it off and said, no, that was nothing. Bring more into this.
He's had so many great waves on the trip so far. He was telling me yesterday that this is now his favorite surf break because he's had some of the rides of a lifetime out here. So that's exciting to see, and to fall in love with a break that's, you know, he has traveled here before and had some opportunities to surf this lineup in the past, but always nice to be able to compete at a wave that you then feel comfortable at. Makes such a big difference. To being one of those surfers that's here for the very first time, having to figure it all out, especially in the lead up to the event where you're out in the water and you're surfing against, you know, other people from the island, you're surfing against other competitors, and you don't have that opportunity to necessarily pick the best waves that are coming through to get your practice in on.
Well, lovely work, girlfriend. I'm going to tell you, that's one of my favourite things is I love it when people come to locations like this and they start doing a bit of personal best work. And that really is a really good thing. You know, you grow as a surfer and as a coach, you know, I know one of those things, even in Learn to Surf coaching, you get one of those kids, you get them on their first little runner, you've shown them how to jump up, how to squat, how to point to the nose, and then as they pearl and they glide along, they fall off, the first thing they do is come up out of the water and they look at you and they smile and they say, did you see me do that? And I still think that thing's alive and well here at this event as well. Pure stoke.
Pure stoke all around, and so far we've only gotten to see the men in the water, but we've just received news that there's going to be a call bright and early tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. call for a possible 8 a.m. start, knowing that that tide is now going to be, you know, kind of bottoming out past that 12 o'clock position, so we will have that opportunity to surf on a higher tide tomorrow morning, which is great to see. We're hoping to start out with our men's main round 3 for 3 heats, and then fall past that into our boys under 18s, women to come up after that for the main round, back to the boys under 18s and the men's repecharge possibly through the afternoon. Of course, that schedule is subject to change due to conditions, and the team that is in charge of making those calls will be taking a good look at it early tomorrow morning. But hopefully we'll be able to get some of those heats running early in the day and take advantage of that swell that we still have as it's tapering off through the week.
Wow, what a cool format. Tomorrow, women's, boys. I think the jet ski helps us out a little bit with that as well tomorrow. So for it to be an innovation at this event here, they've never had it before. And Water Patrol Australia, Jed Mattinson's out there looking after the well-being of all your kids. So any of the mums and dads at home who've got any of their kids here, we're doing our best there to make sure that the safety protocols are always adhered to. That's 100% fact. And yeah, I don't know, next time when we come, I'd love to see 3 1800 Yamahas with local guys who have been trained up to be able to look after the kids and see that as an integral part of the event going forward at this place.
Especially with the nature of this break. You know, that's not necessary at every contest around the world. If you're surfing at a beach break or somewhere that's maybe a little bit more mellow, of course when big swell comes into play, then jet skis are so useful no matter the location. But at a location like this where there is a lot of that current, you know, you're surfing a wave that's very exposed to what's happening on the ocean kind of off of the island here, having that jet ski assist is a really good addition to an event of this level. But it's going to be a great day of surfing tomorrow. We'll be bringing you all the live action from the Asian Surfing Championships. It's been fun, Mal, to get to know you and Mark. It's the first time for me working with both of you, and it's been exciting for us to get to know some of the local community here, to get to know this break, and to be able to experience it with some of the world's best as well.
Absolutely, and you know, I like the fact that, you know, this island nation is steeped in history. You know, this is a maritime nation. You know, these are true watermen, the people that grow up in this place. And yeah, to be able to see then, you know, those guys getting trained up in rescue, in being able to use what I call the sea chariot. Those things are incredible in big waves, and what they do to bring to, you know, your rescue sort of situations is extremely beneficial for the sport, for everyone in the community going forward. So yeah, kudos there to Perry and to Jed to bring it here for the first time, and fingers crossed the seed has been sown.
And I love, you know, that reference back to the history of just water-loving people here in the Maldives. There is, of course, that kind of conversation around, you know, more modern surfing coming into play here in the 1970s with Australians traveling over. But really, culturally, these, you know, the Maldivians have been in the ocean for all of time. As we take a look at a great wave here from our surfer in blue, nice wrap on his backhand, sets up that section and looks for a second turn, just throws the tail a little bit too hard for Hood, the local surfer in the water, unable to find that completion. But going back to their ancient history, their folk stories, their poems, they all speak of wave riding, not even just being in the water, but wave riding specifically, be it body surfing or riding waves with planks of wood, as we see with so many other, you know, water cultures around the world. And so this is a location specifically that just has such a deep connection with the ocean, and to be able to see that introduction of modern surfing into that with you know, surfboards with fins connected to them and all of those things thrown together has been a really exciting addition to it, but it dates back so much farther than we can even imagine.
You are so spot on. I had a chat last night with one of the locals, and he explained to me that when the Suez Canal opened, it stopped a lot of the shipping from coming through this part of the world because the trade routes were established back to the Spice Islands, Batavia, etc., and this was a hub. And hence the reason where, oh, here we go, there's blue not going down there. This was a hub of sailing, spice, trading routes. So the country is steeped in a lot of Arab history as well, hence the Muslim traditions that have been here for 200-300 years, because there's a major pass in one of the islands just north of here, and that was the way that the ships got through, was by going through that pass. So they were doing it regularly, and then when they opened the Suez Canal, the shipping routes changed somewhat. So yeah, I'm really anything to do with ocean, sea, maritime, snorkeling, surfing, I'm on board with that.
An incredible location for us to be spending the week here in the Maldives and getting to know more and more about the local culture, as well as surfers from this region of the world here at the Asian Surfing Championships. We've got 18 nations represented. We've got 87 surfers that are in the draw between our men's, women's, and our juniors divisions as well. And that's so much of our audience that's tuning in as well is the family members, you know, the brothers, the sisters, the parents, the friends that are getting to see their kids, their friends competing out here for an Asian surfing title, which is a highly coveted, result to walk away with, to be able to put onto their trophy panel back at home as we take a look at some live action.
All right, here we go. Surfer in red there. Jess doing the crouching tiger, hidden dragon attack at the lip there on that. And then, oh, come on, wishing him well. And rides out. So that's a useful score. That's probably arguably one of the best waves in the heat there. That's our surfer in red, Kaisel Adachi. And meanwhile, answering back out the back is the local Hood. Hood here trying to get himself into, ooh, that barrel there just shuts Hood down. Wow. And out the back. Okay, this is our surfer in white out the back. That's Amu. Amu's recovering from that heavy wipeout. That was a heavy wipeout.
Yeah, that was a really heavy wipeout. We've seen a few of those throughout the week so far. Challenging conditions and just getting to know these breaks the best possible. And it's been...
I was just going to say, excuse me, can I just touch on something when we were talking about history before? The late, great Tony Hussain was the pioneer who got the surfing sort of thing going here. And I think it's apt at this time, at this point of the day, to just do a shout out to say, you legend, brother, I hope that you're up there looking down upon us and seeing what's going on, and you're happy with what we bring on behalf of this to your region of the world. Well done to the late, great Tony Hussain.
Yeah, it's incredible to see that introduction of modern surfing here back in the 1970s from Tony. And then to see that competitive surgence kind of come through in the 1990s and the 2000s with some of the world's best surfers, the most famous surfers, coming to the shores here in the Maldives and getting to really experience the local culture as well as surf some of the world's best waves. And now to see that international level of competition returning once again, which the word on the ground from those local surfers is that they're so excited to see a contest of this magnitude back here and hoping that it will really start to create a spark in the competitive surfing community to start looking for more locations of events to be running here.
Okay, here we are, folks. Heat 5. We are looking at Danny Widianto out of Kuta Beach, Indonesia. Ahmed Agil from the Maldives is in blue. We have Chinese Taipei represented by John Chan in the green. And Sri Lankan surfer Kanapati Ramesh is the surfer in white. So we are watching Heat 5, everybody, round 2. And another solid match up there. But, geez, tell us about that last heat. Was it, did Kalish run away with that?
So for heat number 4, the finish, Japan walked away with the lead for Kaise Adachi. And then our surfer in green from Sri Lanka, Lakishita Mudashan, walked away with that second place finish. Unfortunately for both the Maldives and for Afghanistan, Hood and Afridun will be falling into that repechage round, but it does mean that they still have another opportunity.
That's a good thing. So we can see the finish line of day 2, everybody. We have one more heat coming up following this. I believe there's a 7:30 call tomorrow morning, everybody. Potentially there's quite a large schedule on the format for tomorrow. We'll just see how that goes, read the tide, etc. But for those that are listening in online at home, yeah, we can expect probably an early start tomorrow morning, which would be good. The tide is starting to work in our favour. We're starting to get slower medium tides, which is good news for this break here called Cokes.
Yeah, really nice to see that, especially with the swell dropping over the next few days, that those tides are becoming more favorable as well. So we take a look at some live action here from Kanapathe from Sri Lanka. Now up and riding, great backhand attack, couple of strong turns. Now sliding through to the inside section. He'll go strong on the finish. And our surfer in red, Danny of Indonesia, with a nice attack on his forehand to start things off. And we're going to have some scores on the board, although we already have a couple scores, so I'll give a quick update to our audience. Danny opened up with a 7.67 for his first wave. He's now going to have a second coming through for our surfer in red, and our surfer in green with a 3.3 on the board.
Well, that's a good start for Danny. Often racing the Indonesian surfer. There's only 2 of them here, so I'm sure Arya and his clan there will be pretty happy with this. But in the tube and weaving hard, trying to come from way downtown. He's a little bit too deep. Ahmed Agil, who did get a fantastic tube ride earlier today. May have been yesterday. Today? I think it was today. For a 9.5. Ahmed trying to repeat the dose. Denied the exit right there. So Heat 5 is chipping away. Danny will have a substantial lead once his second number drops in. John Chan representing Chinese Taipei and the Sri Lankan surfer Kanapati Ramesh, all doing business out in front. But Danny Widianto, the young surfer out of Kuta Beach, Bali, will hold a substantial lead once his second score drops. His first number was what? Was it, Shannon?
A 7.67 for first, so Danny. And now waiting for his second to come through. Haven't quite gotten it there. We've got scores to come through for Ahmad and for Kanapathe as well. A 1.13 on the board. So Ahmad with a couple of opportunities, but hasn't been able to make the most of them so far, just with those throwaway scores. And Sri Lankan with a 4.83. And he gets himself into that second place position, a 6.5 now for Danny, who is sitting in the lead now with a 7.67 and a 6.5 for Danny. We've got some live action now with our surfer in green from Chinese Taipei, John Chan, who is getting a bit of work done on the inside section here. So he'll have some scores to drop. And we've got a good flurry of action out in the water. It's been exciting to call it all from the beach. We've been literally sitting here on the sand. Well, not quite on the sand, but on the...
Well, almost in the water, really.
little deck right above the water. And it's been an exciting day for us as commentators to be able to see the action right in front of us, to be able to just watch these live waves, to appreciate the beauty, the power that it has today here at Cokes in Thulusdhoo and the Maldives Islands. And
from our treehouse, mind you. Hey, how cool is this?
Commentating from the treehouse, and it's been really fun, especially to hear kind of the energy down on the beach from the different teams and hear those shouts and hollers when someone's ducking deep into the barrel.
A real feel-good event, this one. You know, we're only into day 2, and I'm already just picking up such a different vibe from pretty much any other surf contest I've ever been at. It's a very relaxed place here, and I'm feeling it on the beach. Red's got a bomb. We are looking at Danny Widianto in a barrel. He does get clipped, and down he goes. But his backup score, can we confirm what that was, please? Okay, look at this. He's got a couple of almost 2 7-point rides.
He's got a 7.67, that
total.
backup being a 6.5 at the moment. Just a throwaway 1.6. He nearly made it out of that barrel, and then it just kind of chandeliered down on top of him. He couldn't make it out front, unfortunately. So we're down to 17 minutes on the clock. This is our second to last heat of the day for those of you tuning in. Whether you are tuning in because it's one of your family members or friends that's currently in the water, or you're just excited to watch great surfing and see one of the world's best waves lighting up. We will be calling it quits after the next heat, which will be the finish of main round 2, just 6 heats total in the round. And we'll be kicking things off bright and early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so look, after these 6 heats, it's a no-brainer. We've got 3 heats in the next round, and they are formatted to feature first tomorrow morning. So it's a huge incentive to get online and be here ready at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, everybody online.
Well, someone else that's ready is Kayla Moore down on the beach with another great interview. Take it away, Kayla.
Hi guys, I'm here with second place from the last heat, Lakshita from Sri Lanka. Lakshita, what was it like out there for you in that heat?
Actually, it was fun. Not much waves, but I got the right one, so I got the score. And yeah, I was super stoked to make the heat. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Sri Lanka is pretty close to the Maldives. Have you been here before?
No. Actually, no, this is my first time, and I'm super stoked to be here because the waves are super clean, and it's much bigger than Sri Lanka. So it's kind of a new experience for us, and yeah, I'm love it. So definitely we'll come back.
Awesome. I will definitely be coming back as well. What was growing up surfing in Sri Lanka like?
Sri Lanka is very similar to Maldives because we have a endless summer. We have sun all year round like this, and waves are different, culture kind of the same. So yeah, the boys are like, for us, like brothers, so yeah.
Well, that's super exciting. We're excited to see you in the next round, and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, thanks so much, Kayla. And back to the action in the water. Situation remains the same. 15 minutes on the clock. We have Danny from Indonesia in the lead. John from Taipei, from Chinese Taipei, currently sitting in that second place position, holding off the Sri Lankan and the Maldivian from those advancing positions in the main round. And if they do advance through, they'll be in first up tomorrow morning, as you were saying right before we threw to that interview.
Yeah, what a great way to kick things off with high-packed action. I mean, we'll have 12 qualifiers after this round. And if we kick off with those 3 heats tomorrow morning, we expect the swell still going to linger into tomorrow. So the tide will be quite favourable in the morning with our top 12 riders due to do business straight off the bat. Bearing in mind, 8 o'clock call here is 3 hours behind Western time, Bali time, Perth time. So try and just schedule your appointment onto your laptop or whatever at that moment. Really looking forward to seeing how those heats pan out. But we've got a bit of unfinished business here on day 2. Danny Widianto is stamping himself as a serious contender to feature in one of those first 3 heats tomorrow morning. There's a bit of catch-up to be done by Ahmed, John, and Kanapathe.
Paddle there for our surfer in green was unable to get into position as that wave just races away. Can really see the positioning of these surfers being pretty split. Our surfer in red is sitting way farther up around kind of the top of the takeoff zone. Surfer in green sitting a little bit farther down. Actually, blue is even deeper positioned, I believe, than what red is at the moment.
Well, something changed not so long ago in the lineup. I'm not sure whether it's a lack of less wind or something's happened where we'll just watch Green here now. He's in a tube, a quick tube in and out, so a bit of a look at it. Not a deep major barrel, but something's better than nothing. stuff has changed. The guys were all pushing deep earlier and making it look pretty good from around the corner. Since then, it seems to be a little bit more hit and miss, Shannon. There are now probably potentially 2 or 3 different takeoff zones, and everybody is spread out a little more, and I think that's just a product of changing conditions.
Yeah, changing conditions all the time here. Those tides really coming into play. The wind has been really mellow, which is nice. Beautiful offshore conditions here at Cokes. Would be a slightly different, maybe cross, kind of cross-shore wind at Chickens just across the way, or some of the other lefts in the area. But for the right today, it's been really, really good. And taking a look at our surfer in the green jersey, John's got a score to drop. He's already sitting on a 3.3 and a 4.17. Score to drop in for that quick tuck into the barrel. What I loved about that wave, although there wasn't a long stretched out barrel or a great kind of exclamation point for the finish, was that he looked calm and in control. He positioned himself really well. He eyed up the wave just before that he wasn't able to get into. He was happy with his positioning, and so he went for the second wave in the set as well. And he just looked really comfortable and relaxed paddling into that wave, which is the sort of, I think, approach that can be really helpful with a competitive mindset coming into things, is to have that comfortable approach. Now, if he can find a wave that offers just a little bit more of a runner, he could be looking at a really solid score as we take a look at red.
Okay, so Danny now winding up. He's got a lot of speed. He goes a little bit crazy on his opening manoeuvre, so it will be a no manoeuvre wave. But I do like what you're saying about Green. Maximise that one short ride. He saw a hole there. He couldn't help himself. He's a surfer through and through, and he went, I can get tubed here. I don't care what else happens. I can get tubed, and he did. And I'm sure he's got a grin on his face.
And you'll notice that he's wearing a helmet out there. Now, the beach marshals here on the sand actually have helmets available for any surfers that would like to paddle out with him. As John is up and riding once again, fins free for that first big maneuver. Now getting some work done here. Gets a little caught on that second turn, and he's now looking for the finishing maneuver. Couple quick snaps, and he goes down on the end, but got some great work done on that opener.
That was so sick, you know, like he only just finished a wave, got himself halfway out again, saw something else he liked down the line, turned it into a number, because that high-speed first hit, the judges would have really taken note of that. I imagine the majority of the points of this next number would have come from that first move. Backed it up with a little bit more work. He just about disappeared behind the judging tower from our view. So John hasn't got to the takeoff point for a number of moments now, but it doesn't matter. He's still doing some business down the end of the line here, and I reckon right now it's paying off. He goes white.
Nice slam on his backhand to start things off. Comes up a little late to the section, but manages to hold on to his footing. Nearly rides out of it. Blue now up and riding.
Ahmed Agil. So the Maldivian team behind me get in fine voice. Their boys got off one manoeuvre but gets caught behind. So we've seen a number of waves ridden, so we think we're owed 4 scores before we have an accurate situation. We do know Danny's number was a throwaway. He's nailed the lead to this point. Everybody else playing catch-up, so it's all about an important second position right now, I think.
That's right. So less than 10 minutes on the clock. A 1.30 for last of Danny is that throwaway. Scores in for John a 3.87. So really off the strength of that first turn. Keeps him in that second place position at the moment. A 2.93 for Ahmed and a 2.63 for Kenapathe. So current situation, Indonesia in first, Chinese Taipei in second, Sri Lanka in third, and Maldives in fourth. With all scores in and requirements sitting as a 3.21 for third to move into second, and a 5.11 for fourth to move up into second.
Well, Ahmed Agil's got to dig deep here. He got a 9.5 in his first heat, so he's got to, kind of hang his hat on the fact that he can do it. He's going to have to turn it around shortly. I think he's in fourth position right now, so Ahmed has got a little bit of work to do. But I imagine that second spot is well within reach of 3 surfers. They've still got plenty of time. What are we looking at, Shannon?
8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Like you said, plenty of time. And remembering back to Ahmed's 9.5, one of the judges went into the 10s. It was an incredibly long barrel out across the shallow reef here at Cokes. And the crowd, I mean, it was so exciting to be able to see that at that stage of competition today. It was the single highest score. Of course, we've had that eclipsed by a 10-point ride for Team Japan a couple heats later. So the conditions really peaking at that stage now. It seems to have deteriorated just slightly, a little bit more crumbly and more challenging to read the lineup mark.
Yeah, I don't know how much it's, it's deteriorated a little bit, but that the opportunities are still there. So it's just changed. So it's, we always say this as surfers, you've got to adapt. It is what it is. You've got to get your head around it, and the opportunities are still there. Ahmed has to also flash back to his backup number in that heat. Shannon was an 8.17, so he's been in fine voice today. He's just got to regain a little bit of composure and get back to what he does best, putting up some big numbers.
Big numbers all day here at the Asian Surfing Championships. We are currently in day 2 of competition. We've just got 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And it's been great to be able to spend some time in such a beautiful part of the world. Of course, this region is really a swell magnet. Specifically, Thulusdhoo, this island, really attracts the best and the biggest of the swell that comes through. And so that's one of the reasons why the crew decided to run the event here as we take a look at live action.
Ahmed's in the tube. He's out of the tube. He's starting to find his groove. Whoops, he can't find his fin. But he did find the barrel. Here we go, Shannon White.
White now up and riding. Oh, just comes a little too fast off the bottom turn. Can't quite keep those fins engaged, and he'll go down. So that's a missed opportunity for for Kanapathe in the white for that last wave on the green board. The spit out of this wave just behind as the last set was so powerful. So currently, situation will sort of remain the same. We'll see where Ahmed's last wave falls through. His high score, just a 2.93. He's got one more to come through underneath. So quick little duck into the barrel, but was unable to complete that first turn coming out of it.
He needed that turn to go with the tube to have something of substance to give him an opportunity. What's he chasing? A 5.11?
5.11 requirement on the board for our surfer in blue.
I mean, had he maybe got that turn in, you could probably see that coming. So he may move up a space, but I think he's still just going to be looking over his shoulder at second to get second. So time will tell, but we're coming down to sort of the pointy end of the heat. The yellow flag will be going up shortly. The judges will be debating how Ahmed's future sits. He's still got time to probably get out there and add one more opportunity to grab an advancing position.
Well, that was a super important maneuver. So he gets a 4.30 for just the barrel. That chips away significantly as a requirement. He's still sitting in 4th, but now he only needs a 3.74, which he can pretty much do with his eyes closed.
Wow, how important was that attempted cutback, and the little mistake there. It's critical, and it might really turn around and bite him here at the end because we're running out of time rapidly. And he's a fair way down the point, so ouch.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock, so the flag has turned to yellow, which gives those surfers in the water that indication. Of course, most surfers would be wearing a watch out there, would have hit that timer the moment that the buzzer sounded as well.
Kanapathe now, here we go. So the Sri Lankan surf up, throws up a pretty spicy backhand belt. He needs more out of this wave. He's going to get more. There he goes again, plenty of body torque, and over body torques it, and he just rotates a bit too much. Kind of blew a good second scoring opportunity right there. He was sitting in, whereabouts, Shannon? He was in third. Whoa, what did he need?
Sitting in that third place position, only chasing a 3.21.
May still get it. It was one pretty nice hit. Smallish wave. Once again, he probably needed that second turn just to convincingly get the number he needs. It's probably going to hang right on the borderline. Seems to be a set approaching out the back with red and green, both well positioned, both in qualifying positions. This is a really good looking set. It's got that nice looking taper. Red loves it.
Red up and riding. Danny from Indonesia just dragging the hand, tucked deep inside the barrel. He's going to come out of it. He's putting that claim together, but he's also going to engage that rail. Nice. Hard carve back into the section, has a stare to the judging tower as well as he kicks out.
John, high speed hit. This is turning into a froth monster rapidly and kicks out. But Danny Widianto, how was that? That's probably, I don't know, was that the longest tube we've seen today? It was pretty decent.
And it was really nice.
He came out so confident. He was already throwing shuckers as he'd come out of the tube.
This is so true, huh? We did see that really long barrel from Ahmad earlier today, and that was a really long barrel across that same section, maybe a little bit longer. So we'll see where the judges go with this one. but he did also get that nice carve thrown in the mix as well. Big cut back into the foam, into that power section. Showed that commitment and that control all the way through. So we've actually got scores coming in for 3 surfers, our top 3 surfers at the moment. Last of the Sri Lankan jumps in as a 3.90, which takes him up into second. Waiting for a score for John now in that 3rd place position to see if he can retake second. But our surfer that has just stitched himself up with the lead, a 9.17 for Danny Wadanato.
Danny Widianto, what a grommet. I mean, this guy is a youngster. He's got a lot to like about his future. He's reading this reef break like he's been here his whole life. He's really got excellent wave choice, Shannon. He can thread a barrel to die for. He seems to be in fine form, and I reckon really keep an eye on and an ear out for that name. Danny Widianto, ladies and gentlemen. He stamped himself for me as probably one of the top 3 surfers I've seen at this event so far. Early days. He's just, if he can maintain this form, I can see Danny, early prediction, but I can see Danny in the grand final.
We certainly could, especially with waves of this quality and just reading them so well, looking so in control. As we take a look at John now up and riding, he has been so active. He's been right on the pulse. Nice turn to start, hard off the top. Setting himself up here, really looking for that proper change of direction, driving hard off the bottom, snap, and he goes down on the finishing maneuver. Now we've got requirements. At the moment, he is sitting in 3rd. His last wave was a 2.5, which was not enough to take him up into that 2nd place position, as Sri Lanka's Kanapathe had just taken away that advancing. John now with a score to drop to see if he can chase down the 4.57, which is a bigger requirement on the board now for a surfer in green.
Well, this is going to be a huge result should Sri Lanka's Kanapathe hold on and qualify into the top 12. Round 3 scheduled to be up first thing tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Maldivian time. Been a really good heat to watch this one. It's been a little seesaw in 2nd place. Widianto's pretty much putting together his own highlight in this heat.
Down to 35 seconds on the clock. Still waiting for a score to
Danny's
come
on
through for
again.
last of green. But Danny up and riding again. Just drawing that high line, looking so stylish.
Oh, my God.
Threads the barrel. Finds it so easy for the exit. Now going for that big down carve right in front of the judges' tower as our surfer in blue is up and riding. Deep behind the pocket, the local Ahmed sat patiently waiting for that wave for so long, Mark.
Well, he did, and look, when it's going your way, a la Danny, things just seem to roll your way, and he's having a big day out. Ahmed, by a big number at this stage. He can't repeat what he did this morning. He's in 4th spot. He will get a crack at the repechage round because that heat is over, and holding on to 2nd position at this stage. Are we owed numbers, Shannon?
We are owed numbers, so we're waiting for a score for last of red, which he'll hold on to that lead. We're waiting for a last score for white. And the previous wave, or the last wave of John has dropped through. It was a 4.23, which falls shy of his requirement of a 4.51 and means that he will stay in that 3rd place position. Ahmad with a score to drop as well, but again, he didn't come out of that barrel, so unfortunately it's just going to be a 1.60 for the local competitor out of the Maldives. And a 5.83 on the board now for Danny, so he stitches up that lead, doesn't even need the score that would have been the highest single score for any other surfer in the heat. And Kanapathe from Sri Lanka holds on to that 2nd place position. Top 2 surfers advancing into tomorrow's early main round 3, and our bottom 2 surfers will be falling into the repechage round.
Well, what a great heat, and for your benefit, everybody online, get a load of this. We have a recap of this. Watch the highlight reel. Danny Widianto, what an amazing heat. We'll be back shortly with the last heat of the day, Heat 6. Righto, here we are. Heat 6 is underway. We are 3 minutes into the last heat of the day. Outstanding performance, Danny Widianto, that last effort from the Indonesian out of Kuta Beach. Surfed here like he's been surfing it his whole life, Mel. That was insane. I reckon he probably got the longest barrel I've seen so far, a 917. We did see a 9.5 drop earlier today by Ahmed, but that was also with a cutback thrown in. The 917 was purely one manoeuvre there for Danny. Sick heat. Second position also was our Sri Lankan surfer, mate. So how good's that?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I tell you what, this has just been an amazing day for me. Like, we saw a 10-point ride and there was a barrel in that, but boy, oh boy, there were some serious turns that went down in that 10-point ride as well. But I'm with you. Danny Wadata, longest barrel of the day. He liked it.
Oh, how was he come out? He already had the peace sign up.
Yep, he liked it. And I'm just absolutely stoked what's been going down here today. This has really set a cool platform for the rest of the event. Some serious rippings going on here at Cokes today, Mark, and so stoked to be proud and part of it.
Well, we'll enlighten everybody into Heat 6, and here is the Chinese surfer Zihao Wu in the red on his backhand, crunching off a manoeuvre there. He's going to finish just about in a very deadly spot. Should the tide be low, he's lucky we've got a little bit of water out here to play with now. He should get back out if he gets his paddle on. He's up against the Godfather. Ooh, Hati Hati. Hussein Arif is in blue, the Maldivian surfer. On his backhand, you watch this fella go, ladies and gentlemen. Mohammed Manan from Bangladesh is in green. And Julian Mark Spaka Otala from Singapore is in white.
So, yeah, you've just got to say the Asian Surfing Federation is in seriously good health, or serious good health, after you see the quality of the field here, quality of the presentation of the event, the location. It just ticks boxes. This is going to blow the doors down, this event, going forward for the local population, the local crew, and major kudos. We've been saying it all day to Che and his team from the Maldivian Surfing Federation. Well done, you guys. Watch out, though. Have you opened Pandora's box?
Well, I think Rio Wider might have done that a little bit earlier this year, being part of the Asian region on the WSL side of life.
For sure.
But, yeah, things like this, you know, these nations that are dragged into this for the first time, your Lebanons, your Malaysia, your Chinese crew, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, for, you know, all these sort of nations that you would barely have heard of that are here having a look at this. Probably may want in on a bit more competition side of life.
Correct.
So maybe they might join some of our WSL events we do through the Asian region via the Asian Surfing Cooperative, Mel, which is what the Crewy thing was all about. We do have the NIAS event coming up, which is on that tour a little later on in September. So, you know, back to this event, though, as you're saying, it's probably going to knock down some doors and really open some eyes, and some people are gone, this is so cool. How can we do more? Well, the Asian region is alive and kicking across other organisations. So I think Danny Widianto is in the chute. He's on the glass, and I think Kayla Moore is going to have a chat with him right now. So we'll throw over to you, Kayla.
I'm here with Danny, winner of the last heat from Team Indonesia. He was absolutely killing it out there. Tell us more about the waves that you were catching and why you decided to approach in the way that you did.
The wave like a little bit tricky and hard to like take the good one, and I just like first in hit like 1 minute, and I just go like big turn and get 7 point, and yeah, like waiting and get the 9.17 like that, and yes, stuck.
So stoked, and also you just looked super comfortable out there. Does this wave here at Cokes remind you of any place back at home?
Maybe in Karamas and Sanurif, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We're looking forward to seeing you in the next round.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we are owed a couple of scores. I'll get on the live heats.
Yeah, but no, just backing your point up there with the location, with the federation. Well done, you guys. The other thing, there's some cool mana going around this whole event site. A lot of group spiritual hugging going on around the whole place, and I just really like the sportsmanship that seems to be shown there. You know, seeing competitors high five coming out of the water, you know, kids that are just caddying for athletes and getting out in the water. So yeah, the mix is good, the mix is cool, and yeah, I just sort of think events like this, if they sort of took off, there'd be no such thing as a world war.
All right, well, surfing is where it's at, everybody. A lot of people in the world haven't been tubed and don't know what we're on about, but it's all good on the sunny side of life here in the Maldives. Hussein Arif is off to an early lead. He's just got a pair of 3+ rides, a 3.8 and a 3.7. So a bit of a shaky lead, but an early lead there for the Maldivian. The Chinese surfer with a 3.23 as his best number, currently in second. And I'm pretty sure we're waveless for both green and white at this stage.
Correction, green just got one there, Mark, so you weren't looking. I'll just run us through that. Little bit of a backhand turn through the top, seared a couple of turns trying to get around that cascading whitewater section, but unfortunately coming unstuck. So he's not going to trouble the judges too much with that one, buddy. And meanwhile, out the back, up and riding from deep, is our surfer in white. I think that's our Singapore surfer, so we'll give a shout out. Yeah, we'll give a shout out to Team Singapore. They've come here with, by the look of it, Mum and the two kids. And so stoked to see them turn up and be part of this whole show. It's not only about whether you win, whether you lose, but it's actually the participation in the event. And there's some special stories that are involved with that, you know, as we elaborated on this morning. Our mate from Palestine, he's come here by himself. He told me that he had to go through that many roadblocks when he left the Gaza Strip just to even get here. And when he got here, he didn't have a board, so he's managed to borrow a board, and he's out there. So that is also part of the spirit. And by the way, who got the biggest cheer at the opening ceremony?
He did, Sam from Palestine. Everyone knows the ordeal he's been through, and he's made it. He hasn't surfed for 2 years. I was out there with him yesterday afternoon prior to his heat. And I said, how you going, Sam? Have you had a wave yet? He's like, oh, just looking. He's gone, I haven't surfed for 2 years. Like, my God, what are you doing out here? Like, he was doing his homework, trying to get in some sort of comfort zone, and it's banging 5-foot+ sets. And I don't know how comfortable he would have been out there having a look at it side on, but to his credit, he is here, mate, and representing himself and Palestine in fine form.
With respect, can I call him Surfer Sam from here on in?
Let's do it. That's what he is.
He is, eh?
Good
Anyone
call.
that can do that, that's Surfer Sam. Over to you, buddy. Who's this?
Well, let's have a look. This is the Singapore guy again. So this is Julian Mark.
Oh,
and handles. Nice work.
That's his best turn of the last 3 days.
Oh, and Red out the back, Mel.
Okay, here we go. Red, the goofy footer on his backhand. Heel side power carve up into the top there on that first turn, but just gets it all a little bit wrong there in that second turn, and unfortunately for him, unable to improve on that first major manoeuvre.
Yeah, that was Zihao Wu in the red, representing China. So we've got a full blend going on here. The Maldivian surfer, here he goes now. So this is Ibu, ladies and gentlemen. This is who we're calling the Godfather, because he basically is here in the Maldives. The boys, I was having a chat with them earlier about Ibu, and they call him the GOAT.
Yes, I get it. Oh, and meanwhile out the back, speed to burn there. Just drops the clutch and burns rubber. That surfer in green. And just overpowers that. That board got away from him then.
Couldn't deal with the speed. He was going really fast and just didn't really know what to do with it. Unlike Blue, all right, Hussein Arif, the Godfather, he's just so smooth. That backhand bottom turn, he covers a lot of distance with that thing. That's a great manoeuvre he's got in the belt.
He's just got that flow on tap. There's almost like there's a wise head controlling what's going on that craft underneath his feet. And there is, let's face it, the GOAT from around there, 40-odd years, surfing like that as a 40-year-old. He's in an open event here.
Well, he'll be feeling right at home out here on this reef. A 9-time national champion, mate. There's a whole lot of other stats we can read out tomorrow when we get into our booth.
Cool.
We'll have to, unfortunately, hand over our treehouse to other members of the public tomorrow. It's been a great spot, but we will be moving into our booth out there on the tower as of tomorrow. So we'll have a table we can spread out a little and come up with some more stats on all these surfers. But Hussein Arif runs by the nickname of Ibu. and every person in the Maldivian team and pretty much every Maldivian surfer really looks up to him. He's an absolute lord around here. Yeah, the godfather.
Yeah, legend. But no, I like our sort of last-minute whack-together office that we've got here. We're perched up in the trees in our little mini tree house. And, yeah, I don't know. I'd sort of even think that, do you reckon we could sort of come back here again tomorrow and just, like, build a wall or something around it and hang out for the rest of the week?
Well, no.
Maybe not.
They put so much effort into making
that
our spot out
studio
there
is ready to go tomorrow, isn't
the
it, mate?
studio, I like the way you've said that.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so we're going to be seeing a highlight reel at the end of today for all the people online, so you can stick around and watch that. Let's have a little look at how long remaining in this heat. There we go. There is 11 and a half minutes remaining. Some scores to drop to confirm who's in the lead. I imagine Hussein Arif would have extended the lead with that last wave of blues. We'll confirm all this in a moment. But, yeah, highlights reel will follow the end of this heat, followed by a couple of ads, but the highlight reel will be worth watching again. Some of the action that went down today that I can say was a highlight. Abdullah Arif this morning took out our second heat of the day. Let's watch green. Live action, Mel.
Okay, here we go. Green, the natural footer here. Takes off out the back. Sort of a bit of a... misses a little bit of that carve in the turn, but he's eyeing off what's down the line. Speed pump, speed pump. Has to look at this thing. Where's the second major manoeuvre? And unfortunately, the wave does not help out there. Red, short ride for red. Judges will get that quick score in and then get that slate clean.
All right, so a low number will come on in also for red, Zihao Wu. Some of the other highlights, Hood Ahmed, a 7.50 to win his way through out of Heat 10 this morning was a bit of a highlight this afternoon. A really big highlight, huge highlight. Ahmed Agil, we've just seen him surf a heat recent times. He got a 9.5 this morning and backed it up with an 8.17 Mel for a huge 17.67 total. Was the highlight of the day for a while. Hussein Arif, who's in the water now, had a really good heat to win Heat 12 and put himself into this round. And then the craziness really started.
It certainly did.
We had Iko Watanabe threw down a 10 and a 7.50. I was fortunate enough to be on the judging tower when that 10 went down, Mel, and me and Perry looked at each other and just went, we just both nodded going, it's got to be a 10.
Easiest score. I reckon it's the easiest score you can always throw. You know 10 is chicken skin. That was chicken skin. Every single thing about that was so clean, precise, and almost laser guided with its attack. You know, it was like going ham on that thing. And that last closing turn just had everything to die for it. It was a real keen enthusiast wave. So, yeah, the gauntlet laid down by the Japanese surfer on that wave.
Yeah, no, indeed it was. The tube was amazing. The hit coming out of the tube, the big top-to-bottom high-speed belt, could have gone sideways really easy and then nailed a real brutal finish and just hung on and made it look made the difficult look easy. 10-point ride, absolute highlight. One to watch out for, Iko Watanabe, and didn't he inspire his teammates? Because from then on, every Japanese surfer that featured from then on won the heat or got second.
Yeah, that's a good observation. I hadn't forgotten about that, but exactly that. You know, he had to be going very fast to make those manoeuvres. And boy, oh boy, if you had to put a radar gun on him, I reckon he would have lost 4 points.
Yeah, well, he was doing 60 in a 40 zone, wasn't he?
Correct.
All right, so Hussein Arif still yet to see his last number. Either way, the people online, we're just briefly touching on the highlights that we saw. You'll be able to see them all again shortly at the conclusion of this heat. So I reckon, why would you log off? Give it a couple more minutes at the end of this heat. Ricky Sato was the next Japanese surfer in the chute who won Heat 2 of this round with a 7.50, looking mighty fine. We had another Japanese surfer win the next heat. We had an Indian surfer win Heat 3.
Team surprise.
That's got to be a huge shout out there to Sivaraj Babu.
Yep.
All right, congratulations. We had a Sri Lankan surfer make it out of Heat 4, along with another Japanese surfer, Adachi, winning that Heat 4. Then Danny Widiato just went nuts out there. The 9.17, longest tube of the event, we're calling. You're going to be able to see that on the highlights reel at the end of Heat 12, so do not go anywhere. And now we've come down to the last heat, so let's see where this one goes.
So, yeah, here's a call for all those out in Web World. Just get onto that public chat, the live chat that's going on, and let us know what you liked about the event today. What was a highlight for you guys there? So if you are on the live chats, don't log off yet. Let Mark and Mel and Shannon know what were your highlights of the day today. We'll read those.
Give us some feedback.
Yeah, I like that. In other words, let's get everyone around the world involved with this show.
Hussein Arif's just dropped to 5.67 for a couple of backhand belts, Mel. He's got a 9.5 two-wave total, holding a substantial lead over the Chinese surfer in red, who needs a 6.27 to go into first. To advance, let's have a look at Julian, the Singapore surfer, needs a flat 3, and Muhammad from Bangladesh doesn't need much more. A 3.2 will put him into second position. So, bit of a race now for second spot between red, white and green. We got 6 minutes.
What I like is there's only 4.5 points sorting out first to fourth, and the log jams there into qualifying position in second place. Look at that. You could throw a towel over them at the moment.
Well, what I'm seeing out of that, Mel, the fact that Hussein Arif, the godfather, is so close to these other guys, he will know he hasn't had the heat he wants. He'll utilise these next 5.5 minutes. I reckon he'll put his best. I'm just going to go out and say he's going to put his best wave together in these last 5.5 minutes and ditch the 3.83 that he's packing and convincingly separate himself a little more than he currently is.
I like your crystal ball gazing there on that one. Experience, talent, the GOAT, everything there is just sitting in his favour, and he's not going to want these young whippersnappers to take this away from him. No way in the world.
No, that's what I'm saying. His pride and everything will get into his head, and he'll shut this heat out, I'm tipping. He's taken off with the whitewater takeoff where camera is probably on red, but blue is right behind him. The Chinese surfer finishes a useful wave in this heat, Mel.
It certainly is. And here we go, the GOAT working his magic, weaving, and ooh. So that's what he's got to improve on a 3-odd, doesn't he?
Needed to improve on a 3.83. Did a bit of work out the back. Yep. I didn't see anything major going on for blue. I think red's probably put his best number together.
He could now start putting a bit of scoreboard pressure here on white and green. With this
how
right.
Wu, that was in red. So Hussein didn't do his best work then. Still got 4.5 minutes. Still tipping he's going to close this out in fine style. Ziha Wu, though, will narrow the gap and kind of fend off white and green as you were predicting, Mel. So I can see that happening. He just needed to be his best score. It's got to be something better than the 3.23, and I probably think it will be.
I think it's going to be marginally better. Exactly. This is going to be really interesting. And then once again, you know, this is going to get one of those ones that's going to go down to the wire. You know, qualification is paramount here. Who's going to get themselves to the podium position at the end of this heat? Ooh, you'd be a game man to put a homestead on this one at this point. The GOAT, I think, is safe, in inverted commas. But qualification through to the next round is the interesting part of this whole show at this point.
Big set rolling in out the back. So no doubt white and green are way too deep for this.
Yes.
This could fall into the lap of the boys paddling back out, this next wave.
So green paddles over that one there.
Yep, look at this thing. Oh, hang on.
Look at this. I love this show. Look at this, the old boy. Go, son. Up that. Oh, he's done 3/4 of what was needed there to pull in one of the turns of the day. That was almost bottom of the board, upside down underneath the lip on that thing, and then just gets the swivel happening that then jettisons that thing out of the lip. Wow.
Yeah, nice try. He's definitely going out of this heat swinging. He's in the lead. He has improved his situation. His second last wave was a 4.27. Here is red.
Bang.
Yep, so the Chinese surfer, huge floater. How the hell did he make that?
Coming into his own a little bit here. One manoeuvre wave. What are the judges going to think about that?
Blue's
the GOAT.
on again.
Oh, the GOAT.
The GOAT waves to the crowd.
He did too. And
he's still waving to the crowd.
What?
He's surfing behind the judging tower.
He was falling off there and got back on.
You can do anything.
Wow.
But have a look at this. Out of that last exchange.
This is interesting. Go on, mate.
With blue and red were both riding at the same time previous. Zihao did score higher than Hussein, so
Yes.
that's something there the Chinese surfer can take away. A 4.67 became his best number,
Yeah, cool.
consolidating second. Hussein improved with that 4.27. May have improved again. I'm not sure. There was a touch of the window wipers going on there.
Throwing out tomatoes from the donkey cart.
That's it. Waving to the crowd numerous times. But he's having fun. He's in the lead either way. The GOAT. There's a long way to go in this event, Mel. I think we've still got a 7-day window to complete this Asian Surfing Championship. So we're going to see a lot more from Hussein Arif. And I reckon we haven't seen the best of Hussein at the moment. He'll walk out of today going, well, I'm still got through 2 heats. I'm still going all right, and I've still got plenty of room to improve.
Yeah, I think he's definitely got more in the tank. And I'm just sort of loving this. This is really, really interesting now. The battle is on. First and second now have really started to get themselves a little bit of real estate between third and fourth. However, both third and fourth are still in qualifying positions, only needing average scores, Mark.
Yeah, well, look at this. Julian Mark Spakarotali Teller from Singapore needs just over 5 points, as does Mohammed Manan from Bangladesh. He's out there in the green. He's somewhere in that lineup. I'd say he's a smidge too deep looking at that set. He's got 45 seconds, these two surfers, to post an average sort of score. Okay, here goes Red now. Trying to duck into a tube. That didn't work.
Oh, just cops the glass axe on the neck there. That's just absolutely splattered him there in that flat white water.
You know what, though? He's putting up a good display. He's fighting hard here.
True.
He hasn't fluked his way into second.
No, I couldn't agree more. That's actually a really super cool observation there. He's kind of sort of made this heat work for him. You know, he hasn't rested on his laurels in the slightest. So that's rather tenacious, I would say, on his part.
That's a good word, good description of how Zihao Wu has surfed his way into second. White and green out the back share a moment, but the heat finished. It is done and dusted, so Hussein Arif will head on through with a 9.9 two-wave total, Mel. Some work to be done, and I reckon some better surfing coming from that boy.
Can't wait.
As we go on, but congratulations to the Chinese surfer Zihao Wu, featuring through to the round of 12 surfers, which will be the round of 3, our third round, which is penciled in for an 8 o'clock start tomorrow morning, Mel. Okay, so we will start, we'll have a 7:30 call here tomorrow morning, everybody online. Thanks for sticking with us today. We hope you've had as much fun as we have.
100%.
Mel, on behalf of Mark Clift, Mel Caithness, Shannon Hughes, Kayla Moore, we've had a ball. Day 2 here, everybody. We're going to go through our highlights reel now, so for your entertainment online, check this out. We'll see you back here live on the sands of Cokes Beach at 7:30 tomorrow morning for a call. Thanks for viewing.
Peace out.